today in Denver. Marcos Scutaro again will lead off for the Boston Red Sox. See his season numbers. He'll be followed by Daniel Nava hitting in the 2-hole. He slides up the lineup. Dustin Pedroia 3. David Ortiz back in there at first base. Adrian Beltre in the 5-hole. Varitek will catch tonight. The veteran, the captain. Mike Cameron in center field. And Josh Reddick will be in right field. Matt Suzaki naturally batting ninth. You noticed what I did. Kevin Youkilis is not in the lineup. He has a tingling sensation down his forearm from getting hit back at home in the Dodgers series on the elbow, and that's why he's been out the last 2 days. And we're going to give him a day off, but now it's back-to-back days. Let's take a look at the scouting report on Jason Hamm.
What a big right-hander coming in, as Drew mentioned. An awful lot of confidence. 5-3 record. Fastball 87-95 to both sides of the plate. Utilizes the curve and the change, but more the curveball than any other pitch that he features.
First pitch brought to you by Domino's Pizza. Text keyword pizza followed by a space and your name to 95323 to receive your Domino's special offer and to be entered to win a pizza party for 15. One weekly winner will be chosen. So here we go, game 3. The Rockies in dramatic fashion won 8-6 last night as they took down Jonathan Papelbon, just his second blown save of the year. Scutaro steps in and he looks at strike one. A moving fastball at 94 from Jason Hamill.
Well, Hamill has really pitched well at Coors Field this year. 5-1, 280 earned run average. The opposition just a couple of home runs. A year ago, 3-3 at 12 home runs given up in 81 2/3 innings. He's kept the ball in the ballpark and he's kept it on the ground.
How about 96, George?
Reaching back, getting a little extra fired up. You got double deck people watching this ball game. It's the Boston Red Sox still starting to stay on the roll he's been riding for a while.
He's 5-1 with a 2.05 ERA since coming off the disabled list. Here's the 2-strike delivery, and he went after him with a heater. It's a little bit up. Jeff Houston is down battling the sunshine.
Well, Drew, I can tell you today is definitely the hottest day we've had. There's no breeze down here, nothing. It'll be interesting in between innings to watch the guys, how much fluid they take in as far as the Gatorade, the water, maybe some of that old ammonia water, George.
Yeah, that'd be some nice stuff. Starting pitchers love the ammonia water. You wrap it around your neck and put it on the jugglers. It cools you down really, really quick.
We getting any of those up here?
No, you and I are out, I think.
I think I might get one.
Yeah, Jeff may get over into the dugout and see if he can just borrow one.
Pretty good eye by Scutaro, not to swing at a slider there. 3-2. 93 degrees is our temperature outside now. During batting practice, felt like Phoenix. 6% humidity, that's all. Here's the 3-2 on Scutaro. On the ground, foul. Talked about Marcos Scutaro yesterday, a guy that was a player to be named in a trade, waived a couple of times, and now he's an established big leaguer, guy that had success in Oakland and Toronto, and Boston wanted him in the offseason. And this 3-2 is hit high in the air to left field. Looks like he got under it a smidgen, and Smith will make the catch. So a long out to begin things. Daniel Nava will come up. Here's the Rockies defensively. Same as last night. Smith, Carlos Gonzalez, and Brad Hopp in the outfield. It's Ian Stewart and Clint Barmas. Johnny Herrera, Todd Helton, and Miguel Olivo in the infield. That'll bring up Nava. Nava had 3 RBIs, swung the bat very well last night against Ubaldo Jimenez. And he's been swinging the bat since he arrived in the big leagues 10 games ago.
3 for 7 in the series so far against the Rockies with doubles and RBIs. He's played extremely well.
It's the first time that he's hit in the 2-hole. He had one ball game where he led off. Obviously, he has quickly gained the confidence of Terry Francona. That's a changeup, and that misses. 2-0.
Well, with Youkilis out of the lineup too, and moving Pedroia down to the 3 spot, it's just a natural fit for Nava, being a switch hitter, to slide up to the number 2 spot.
You know, Huey, when you look at this lineup for Boston, not only are they missing Youkilis, Victor Martinez, the everyday catcher, being given the day off, 3-0. And, you know, Varitek's no slouch, but Varitek's, you know, walking up the 18th fairway. He's 38 years of age, and he's not the bat that Victor Martinez is. There's Euclid.
Well, and Darnell McDonald, the home run last night, couple of hits. He's not in the lineup.
He got him a seat on the bench. Yeah, but even having said that, Pedroia, you know how he battles Big Papi. Adrian Beltre having a great year. They're all in there tonight. 3-1 on Nava. Little tardy on the 94-mile-an-hour heat there. It's 3-2.
Well, on a fourth strike zone, you'll see that it does catch the zone right on the outer half. A very good pitch at 94.
It seems like the one area, though, that Navas does have a little trouble covering, George, is that fastball away from him.
Well, a lot of guys that want to try to lift, you watch his front shoulder occasionally on him, it will pull out. Back inside heater, he made a pretty good swing on that inside fastball at 94. Well, let's take a look at this
by Johnny Herrera.
Let's take a look at the Suzuki keys for this ball game. Hamill, I think that's going to be one of the big keys. I also think there'll be a bullpen battle before this thing's over. Yesterday, the Rockies bullpen won the tail end of it and was able to keep it there and give him a chance. And oh yeah, that old Lodo magic. It happened in the first ball game, the bad hop, the 9th inning, the home runs last night to help the Rockies win.
2 outs. Here's Dustin Pedroia. And that's poured over at the outside corner at 96 for strike 1.
Well, 2 guys when this series started that you thought about and said, you know, I really don't want these guys to hurt me during the ball game. And this is where Pedroia and Ortiz both combined 1 for 12 in this series so far. Well, on the Hyundai cam, you got to have quick feet. The heater inside. Did it get him? No, it did not. You can see on the Hyundai cam, just missed, although Olivo thought there was going to be contact as he ducked away from the baseball.
He was preparing for the ricochet. Now they'll set up away. That was well located. 1-2. Lance Barksdale, the home plate umpire. Ed Rapawano, good umpire at first. Tom Hallion, the crew chief, and Ron Cope at third. Look again.
I don't think he thought it was out of the zone. I think he thought it was low.
That's the same place last night that he was pitched and he was complaining.
That's a fair ball. And Hop blocks it. Pedroia going for 2. Here's the throw. Not quite in time. So Pedroia fought it off and got one just inside the bag at first for a 2-out double.
94-mile-an-hour fastball, and that's exactly what he did. And you had to have a lot of luck in this game, and it went his way this time because it's a pretty good pitch by Hamill. Even though he missed the location, it was up, and it shoots by Todd Hilton down the first base line. I liked exactly how Hop played this. He got there in a hurry and used the slide to stop himself and then got to his feet and made a pretty strong throw into second base.
Pedroia with his American League leading 24th double. 4 other players with 23. Billy Butler, Vernon Wells, Michael Young, Nick Markakis of Baltimore. That misses ball 1. Papi's 0 for 5 in this series. He pinch hit on Tuesday. Started at first base last night, was 0 for 4. Jason Hamill, the former Tampa Bay Ray. So he's familiar with facing the Red Sox. And against Ortiz, he has struggled. Ortiz 5 for 8 with a home run and 3 driven in against Jason Hamill. Changes speeds but misses. It's 2-0. One of the things, George, it seems that Hamill has done exceptionally well during this run is use that 6'6", 6'7" frame and pitch downhill.
Well, why not use it? Take advantage of the leverage that you've been given. Better velocity, better angles to the pitch.
It's so tough trying to put a so-called level swing on a ball that's coming down towards you. And when those guys are 6'5" and they drop down and create that arm angle, it's just like anybody that's 6 foot, 6'1". See it out of the same window.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And when you break down from a scout's perspective stuff, if you were looking at Jason Hamill, you wouldn't say, oh, this is 5th starter stuff.
Well, and scouts love to say this. They look at stuff, they look at innings. There's about 5 or 6 things you try to use out of the combination. He just pitches 5th for the Rockies.
That's a great way to describe it.
He just pitches 5th. I mean, he's got number 2 or 3 starter stuff, but he just happens to be 5th in the rotation.
But here, well, we always say that, and we're all guilty of it. After your first time through the rotation to start the year, you might be matched up with the number 1, and it happened to Jason Hamill quite a bit last year.
Yeah, that's right.
Last run that he allowed by Hamill, a solo shot by Torres of San Francisco on the 4th of June.
25 and a third shutout innings coming in. 2 outs. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Runner on second. Wow, I thought they checked it out on the swing. I didn't think he swung. I thought the pitch was in the zone, though. I don't think he swung. Let's check the Southwest Sky Cam.
He was able to hold it up.
Was it in the zone, though?
4 strikes zone, well out of the zone.
Yeah.
Up. Because of his upright stance, I think when you're watching from the stands, it expands the zone.
Here's the 3-2, and that hung a little bit. It's like a pitch back. Hamill has the same baseball.
Well, on Hyundai Cam, you can see the grip coming right out of it. He's throwing a number of pitches to him and decided to go with a breaking ball that forgot to break, quite honest, folks. It just stayed up, and David Ortiz just barely able to tick it. 3rd 3-ball count in the inning.
Go back to it, George.
For Hamill. He's such a good fastball hitter. The other side of it, first base is open. I know that Beltre is having a great year, but this guy's hit 625 off of you in his career, 5 for 8 with a home run.
They go breaking ball, and it'll come to Vargas in front of Ortiz. He was shaded up the middle, wasn't hit particularly hard, and the shutout streak continues for Jason Hamill. First inning, Johnny Herrera will lead it off for the Rockies. Johnny has done a nice job. Forced into a starting role with the injury to Troy Tulowitzki as Clint Barmas has slid over to the shortstop spot. Todd Helton will bat in the 2-hole. Then Cargo at 3-0-2. Brad Hopp is next. Seth Smith has 10 home runs. Miguel Olivo hit his 10th last night. He's right at 300. Ian Stewart, a dramatic game-tying home run in the 9th last night. His first at Coors Field all year long. Then Clint Barmas and Jason Hamill as we check the scouting report on Dice Kick.
Well, listen, this guy can really pitch when he's on and he's throwing strikes. 5-2 record right now, but he had pitched well prior to going on the DL. 3-1 with a 190 earned run average. Fastball 85-95. You'll see a curveball slider type mix, a slurve. Then the changeup almost operates like a screwball. He really pronates to the inside to try to get the ball to dive away from the left-handers.
And Daisuke's first pitch is a fastball in the strike zone to Johnny Herrera, who has a 5-game hitting streak going. On the homestand, he's hitting right at 400. 8 for 20. '29-year-old Daisuke Matsuzaka. They say he's pitching a little bit more with that fastball, George.
Needs to throw more with the fastball, gain confidence. They said when he came from Japan, over there it's more of a breaking ball changeup league, and it's the fastball is almost like the third pitch that you see over there. But John Farrell is trying to put it into his head. You've got a decent fastball, let's use it.
That was a cutter, and it was inside. 2-1. Huey?
And Drew, that's the other pitch that he's been throwing more, is that cutter. Because he comes with the 4-seam fastball. He'll also run the 2-seam away, but he's figured out, you know what, I need to make sure I keep those lefties honest with the cutter. That's why lefties are hitting just 206 against him.
Your righties have had more success. Johnny fouls this off 2-2. Huey, we did a little research, and in your career, you probably weren't even aware of this. There's numbers for everything. You hit 382 off the gyro ball in your career.
Did I really?
Yeah.
Wow, I wish they would have thrown me the gyro ball all the time then, because I'd still be playing.
Yeah, some guys have a splitter, and some guys just throw sliders. This guy throws the gyro ball. And the gyro ball is hit back up the middle. Actually, that was a heater. Johnny Herrera's got a 6-game hitting streak. Take a look at the Red Sox defensively. Daniel Navas in left, Mike Cameron back in center, Josh Reddick in right. Adrian Beltre, wonderful glove at third. Marco Scudero, Dustin Pedroia up the middle. David Ortiz is at first, and Jason Varitek's behind the plate. That'll bring up Todd Helton. He's hitting just a notch under 300 on this homestand. And Todd's dad, Jerry, has been in attendance all series. In fact, Jerry's heading to the left coast with us. The Rockies will play in Anaheim beginning tomorrow night, and then the Padres for 3 Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Tell you what, Jerry was a great athlete. He was drafted by the Minnesota Twins. That was back in the day, George, in the late 60s, when there wasn't really the promise of making a ton of money. And Jerry had started a family. So,
no, there wasn't a problem. They weren't making any money.
No, they weren't. So he had to hang it up prematurely and work to support his family. But Jerry worked with Todd every day growing up. And also Todd's brother Rodney, who was a great high school football player, played collegiately at Alabama. Herrera started and then shut it down. 3-0 now on Helton. And this is what Daisuke will do, and it's why, Fraze, you said it, you got to be patient with him.
Just be patient, make him throw strikes, because the other side of this thing, you can get him out of a ball game pretty quick. By the way, Varitek has only thrown out 3 of 23 in stolen base attempts. He has 1 pass ball on the year.
And that was the fastest Daisuke was to the plate at 1-3-1.
Todd taking the whole way, walks. Now the Rockies have 2 runners on. Nobody out for Carlos Gonzalez. Well, if the Rockies score 7 or more runs in any game, you know the drill. Go to Taco Bell the following day between 4 and 6. We hope you went today. And get your Rockies Tacos special from our friends at Taco Bell. 2 on for Cargo. Gonzalez hitting .302. He had a double and a single last night. He came up with runners at first and second, Herrera being the runner at second, Helton being the runner at first. He hit a ball so hard to center field for a base hit, they would have had a shot maybe at getting a force on Helton. I'm kidding, but Herrera couldn't score. And I was visiting with Jim Tracy after the ball game last night, and he brought it up. He said, how about that ball that Gonzalez hit the center? He said, honestly, that's the second hardest hit ball I've ever seen in my life. The other one being Nelson Cruz in spring training this year, hit a bullet to left at Ryan Spilborghs.
Well, I talked about it last night. That ball didn't get more than 12, 15 feet off the ground. He hit it that hard, and it wasn't one of those that had any sort of bend on it midway through. It stayed true, right on the line. All the center fielder could do last night, Darnell McDonald, was just catch it before it went by him so quickly.
Well, the Red Sox have average to above average arms at just about every position in the outfield.
Here's the 1-0.
This got to be difficult on Varitek right now. Ask for a pitch away, you're diving in. Ask for in, you're diving away. No command of any pitch that Daisuke's shown in this game.
Just the same for a hitter, Jeff, for a catcher, because Daisuke, like a number of Far Eastern pitchers, you know, he has a little bit of a pause in that delivery.
Yeah, and so it makes it difficult, as you mentioned, on the hitters, but also on the fielders, too. And not only the catchers, the other guys, because your timing is built on what the pitcher does and there's a certain release time before he goes to the plate.
3-0. Let's flash back last night. Here's the base hit we were talking about. Watch how hard this ball's hit. You don't ordinarily show replays of the guy getting a base hit, just to load the bases. But that thing was a dart.
When you can hang the whole neighborhood's laundry on it, it's pretty good.
Yeah, really. 3-0. 7 straight out of the zone. And that was just in the strike zone. 3-1. Matsuzaka had forearm tightness. That's why he missed 2 starts and is on the DL. But he brings a shutout streak of 13 2/3 into the ballgame. Three and 2. This is a bit unusual. Carlos Gonzalez is a very aggressive hitter.
Yeah, but he understood the situation. He's thrown 7 straight balls and threw a strike. Well, he was kind of betting, could he throw another one? Well, he did, but you're still okay, though, at 3-2.
Yep.
Now it'll be interesting to see if Jim starts the runners.
Nope. And it's fouled off.
Early in the ball game, the only reason I wouldn't think that, because you just never know when Daisuke all of a sudden is going to snap off on those good curveballs. Now you got a strikeout throw out at third base with the left-handed bat. He may start him here, but I just think you're playing with a lot of fire when you do that with the left-handed batter.
Two on, nobody out. 3-2 on Carlos Gonzalez with Brad Hopp on deck. Just underway at Coors Field. Ball 4, and Hopp will hit with the bases jammed.
It's kind of funny because Johnny Farrell came to Oral Roberts University a couple of years ago to help raise money for Rob Walton, the organization. I said, what do you do when you go out to the mound and talk to Daisuke? So when he first got here, it was a challenge. It was a big challenge. But now, through a lot of English work, they're able to, he said, I can get my points across to him concerning his delivery when things start to go south. Those first couple of years, it was very, very difficult.
And George, to your point, is very interesting because Daisuke, had his head down, but was not looking at him, and there was no. John Farrell wasn't gesticulating with his hands. I mean, he was speaking to him. Matsuzaka obviously understood what he said.
Well, and John's learned enough Japanese, and he's learned enough English that they can communicate through the problems.
So the crowd abuzz already. Chance for the Rockies to get a quick jump on the Red Sox as they did last night. Bases loaded for Hopp. Brad, you know those situations. He's sitting dead ready. He says he's got to throw me the get-ahead fastball here, doesn't he?
Well, because because he hadn't been throwing anything else. But the Hyundai Cam will show that hard curveball slider. It had more of a curveball action because it didn't have the depth going to the side.
When he has struggled, it's been in scoring position. They've hit 325 off of him. But yet, with the bases loaded, the opposition is 1 for 6 on the season.
1-1. The amazing thing to me is the Rockies not only haven't been great in bases loaded situations, George, they haven't had many opportunities comparative to other teams in baseball.
Second time Hopp's had the bases loaded all year. The first was last night.
Yeah, it's June 24th. 2-1. Daisuke always flirts with a high pitch count, but right now he's dancing on the other side of the fence. 19 pitches, only 7 strikes, bases loaded, nobody out, 2-1 on Brad Hop.
Just averages barely over 5 innings per start. It goes right along with what Drew's saying as far as the high pitch count.
They got a heater there, didn't fire. It's 2-2. So now Brad really shortened up that leg kick this season. He'll look to get it in play.
And I anticipate a down and in breaking ball.
Yep, right there with you, George.
Well, they went away, and they went away with a slider. That's a tough pitch, George. That's a dangerous pitch, isn't it?
That's what he's trying to do. Now he's trying to go. If you look where Veritek was inside. He just very poorly threw this baseball. Everything slipped out from underneath of him. Veritek's wanting that pitch right down in here. And I mean, it's just a very, very poorly thrown baseball. Third 3-ball count of the inning for Daisuke.
Nowhere to put him. And Brad chops it over Beltre's head. Loretta score. Here comes Helton. No throw. 2-0 Colorado. Well, we had the spike mark produce a base hit for Spilborghs in the 9th inning the other night. And we had the old Baltimore chop in Denver produce 2 runs here tonight.
Well, you know, and again, Beltre's playing tight up on the bag. I mean, it wasn't very deep. When this ball's hit, it's going to hit right out in front of the home plate area and just bounce so high. Beltre's not even going to have a play on the baseball. Came in, and then he tried to back up on it, Jeff. Don't understand that. Must not have had a very good read off the bat.
What I don't understand is early in the ball game like that with Brad Hop, why are you playing even with the bag, though?
Doesn't make much sense.
No, if he's back in double play depth, that's a double play ball.
Now, you can bury this game pretty quick here. With nobody out, runners at first and second.
Seth Smith at the plate. He takes ball 1. Boston may have to pick up the phone pretty soon and ring the bullpen. There's Daisuke. Yeah, there's the phone call we were expecting. Daisuke cannot find home plate.
Well, Gary Tuck probably getting that call from John Farrell and says, you know what, if this guy gets on, get somebody up.
2-0. I want to go back to the Brad Hop hit. You know what? It's a 2 RBI single, and it wasn't necessarily a thing of beauty, but Jeff, the importance of battling with 2 strikes and getting the ball in play.
You never know. I mean, if you swing through that, you're walking back to the dugout, you put it in play, good things happen, and it did right there because of what Boston was doing, playing the third baseman in. You chopped it over his head, so what? 2 RBIs, line drive in the book tomorrow.
Dustin Richardson, as you just saw, is up 2-0, high 3-0.
They've already made that one trip. I mean, now it's going to be up to how fast Richardson can get going and how many people can go out and buy some time for him to get loose. 25 so far in the inning, 16 balls. Wow.
As it's been talked about, Daisuke has pitched here before. It was game 3 of the World Series. He pitched effectively. 2 runs, 5 2/3 innings. Hitters count for Seth Smith, 3-1 with Miguel Olivo. Just steps away from his turn. Rockies up 2-0 in the first. And now they're loaded again for Olivo. And Veritek just took a long look in the dugout at Terry Francona. And when the catcher looks over there, he's sending a message, Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead and go talk to the pitcher.
This replay brought to you by the Colorado Lottery last night. Miguel Olivo gave the Rockies a 2-0 lead with a 2-run shot, his 10th of the year. You can catch another great replay with the Colorado Lottery. Now through the end of the month, replay any of your non-winning Colorado Lottery scratch tickets. Second chance drawing, ColoradoLottery.com.
Well, they're playing the corners in again.
Now they're moving Pappy back. I was just looking. David Ortiz is going to move back. Well, they had him coming in originally, and then Terry Francona looked to his left and told the infield coach, let's move him back.
Yeah, because originally Veritek had told the corners in, we're coming to the plate.
Terry, I think, is just looking to get an out any way he can right now.
I'll trade it out for a run.
That's right, getting ugly.
Oh, 0-1 on Olivo. And now Miguel will take a little bit of a walk. Matsuzaka in a strange place. An 0-2 count. Good slider, strikes out Olivo, the first out for Matsuzaka. But here comes Ian Stewart, and he'll get a nice reception after what he did late last night. At third base is Carlos Gonzalez. Brad Hopp is at second. And Seth Smith at first.
Let's see if he goes to the breaking pitch, first pitch like he threw to Hop.
He went fastball and he missed. Take a look at our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. 6-5 Boston last night. Ian Stewart leading off against Jonathan Papelbon. And this thing was hit as hard and as far as you will see a home run perhaps all year. Deep into the second deck in right center field. And that's a little squib out in front of the plate. Matsuzaka gets the force there. And now the bases will be loaded for Clint Barmes. And now you start thinking on the other side, and you say, if Boston gets out of this only giving up 2, they feel like, wow, we did a great job.
They feel like, wow, but Daisuke now at 32 pitches in this game. Flipped right out in front. You work on this and PFP drills all spring long. Scoop it with the glove and you give a very good feed to your catcher.
You still have to be alert for a ball down in the dirt if you're Brad Hopp over at third base.
Barmes with 31 ribbies.
3 wild pitches this year for Daisuke. Second most on the team.
Barmes last night swung the bat well, 2 for 4 with a double. He's hitting .375 against the American League in 2010. Outfield straight up, infield straight up. And this is bloop foul and into the second row. So this is a moment ago. Jason Varitek telling him to slow himself down.
Where you're in altitude. You know, and it affects players different ways. I mean, that's what, you know, Varitek's like, hey, slow yourself down, get a deep breath, try to relax the best you can, and then make the pitch. Let's get out of this thing. But at 34 pitches, there's kind of that standard rule of 28 to 30 pitches in an inning. Managers start to get pretty tense.
Here's the 1-1. And Barmes had a pitch to hit there. 1-2.
Again, this is a slider that he's working under, and that thing's just staying up into the strike zone. And Clint surprised by the pitch. By the way, the Rockies this year with less than 2 outs, $136 with the bases loaded. With 2 outs, $250. More respectable.
But still not the kind of numbers that the team with their talent offensively should be producing. This ball is pop foul out of play. Rockies for the first time this year, 5 games north of 500. They're 38-33.
Would anticipate, if he can throw it, that hard slider that he used to get Olivo.
That's a pitch historically that's given Barmes problems.
Let's see if Varitek changes the way he sits behind the plate, if he widens his stance out at all, or yep.
That's That's where he went. He went with the slider. And Daisuke regathers himself and gives up just 2. Could have been far worse. And they'll take that 2-0 lead at the top of the second. Let's check in with Alana Rizzo for tonight's great Colorado Payback Sideline Report. Alana.
All right, Drew, thanks very much. Jason Varitek and Todd Helton have both played for their current teams since 1997. In fact, the only active players to have a long tenure with the same team, well, that would be Chipper Jones with the Atlanta Braves and the 3 Yankees, Derek Jeter, Jorge Posada, and, of course, Mariano Rivera. Jason Varitek has caught the most games in Red Sox history with tonight's game, 1,412, 42 more now than Carlton Fisk, guys.
All right, Alana, here's the 1-strike pitch to Beltre. Heaters up high, 1-1 on Adrian. Former Dodger, played for Jim Tracy. Tracy calls him the best fielding third baseman he has ever seen. He has great hands. He has a tremendous arm. He has great range. Tad inside, 2-1 on Beltre. Well put together, 5'11", 220-pounder. Now 31. 260 career home runs.
Who was it that Rich Donnelly, I think it was Rich Donnelly, who was coaching third base for the Dodgers, told you and I one night, he said, this kid's got top shelf power, unbelievable third baseman. He's going to drive in 100 runs. He's going to hit 30 home runs. He'll be an all-star.
Beltre has had a lot of solid years. He's had one tremendous season. This ball's well hit to right, and Rob chased it as it went foul, fortunately. Beltre's big year was 04 with the Dodgers. His walk year with LA, he hit .334 with 48 home runs and 121 RBIs. It is his only 100 RBI season. He had a 99 ribby season with Seattle in 07.
All that done in Dodger Stadium, you're talking about those numbers in a pitcher's ballpark where you played 81 games in your home park.
You know, the interesting thing about the home run total, his next highest home run total is 22 less, 26 again in 07 with Seattle. Here's the 2-2, and the fastball is outside. 3-2. Beltre has a road batting average of .364, which is third best in the game. Got plunked last night. He nearly got plunked there. He'll take the walk, and that'll bring up Varitek. Let's take a look at tonight's Cabot Woodstain's legendary performance. Well, on June 24th, 1936, Joe DiMaggio becomes the first Yankee and 5th player in big league history to hit 2 home runs in an inning. The 21-year-old from San Francisco homers in the 5th frame in a 16 or 18-11 win against the White Sox. here's Varitek. Varitek, a former Georgia Tech star. The Ramblin' Wreck had a baseball team when he was there. Nomar Garcia-Parra, Jay Payton was in AAA with the Rockies. How about that middle of the order?
That'd be fun to face, wouldn't it?
Well, that's why they went to the College World Series.
I believe Jay led the whole nation in hitting at Georgia Tech.
Well, Jay Payton started the year out at about 270, 275. Has moved his average upwards now at 324. Starting to hit some home runs, drive in runs, and I really commend a guy at his age and spent that much time there that Jay is battling to get back to the big leagues.
He still looks pretty good, seeing him from spring training.
Yeah, you'll never have to worry about Jay Payton being out of shape. They'll trade first, 1-1 on Varitek. That locked him up, 1-2.
As you get older into your career, you become a very good fastball hitter. You don't like hooks like this on the Hyundai King.
Well, that's the best one he's thrown tonight, too, George. The other one's kind of been spinning up there, and even his changeup, he's leaving it up and kind of running away from his arm a little bit. That one, he stayed through it.
Part of it, I think, just trying to overthrow the baseball.
Varitek, that's not a comfortable swing. George, we're at altitude. We all know it's harder to create movement on the baseball. But when it's this hot, you get a little better break on the curveball.
I think so. Well, a little bit of humidity is going to dictate an awful lot of that. I think even though when it heats up a little bit, the ball travels too. Can't make mistakes with it. I think that's part of Dice K's problem in the first inning. He couldn't get a grip on the baseball. And threw a lot of pitches and couldn't catch his breath. It's pretty obvious, I think, the way you see that the way the Rockies have pitched the Red Sox and had success in this series so far is in. Try to keep them from extending their arms. Well, Bob Apodaca typically has a pretty good plan coming into a series, but it's up to the pitchers to go out to execute it.
This is a patient club, the Red Sox. And Varitek swung a day late on that delivery. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. He never looked comfortable in that AB. One out. That'll bring up Mike Cameron. Take a look at our Breaks Plus poll of the day. Should baseball teams always designate a captain? Text Rocks 1 for yes, or Rocks 2 for no. Show this text at Breaks Plus in June. Receive an oil change and filter. Rotate and balance of your tires. Front wiper blades only $50.
I can't wait to see the results of that poll.
You know, for me, Jeff, and you two guys played for a long time in the big leagues. For me, if it's earned, if a club feels that it's warranted, like a guy like Todd Helton, here's a snap throw to first, then I'm good with it. But for every team to have to designate a captain, I don't think that's necessary.
Well, I would agree with you. I think the players know who the captain is. You're going to put a C on his chest to make him captain.
Right. But it obviously, with that man, would work well.
Yeah, that man, Jeter, Varitek, I can understand.
In the air to center field, and Cargo going back. He's got it. You never know with him because he's so relaxed. Cameron gave it a ride, but he didn't put all the money in the meter.
I said, uh-oh, because I thought the way it sounded coming off the bat and the way the ball kind of jumped, I thought he got it.
Well, I did too. And again, as he floated back to the wall, I didn't know if he was thinking about trying to get his timing to climb the wall. He caught it right in front of it, though, at 415 feet.
That'll bring up Josh Reddick. He didn't have a whole lot of fun with Ubaldo Jimenez last night. Ubaldo went 5 2/3, gave up 6 runs. Jumped his ERA all the way up to 160. But he was all smiles afterward because that young man's all about team. And there he is. Got a smile on his face tonight. Got a baseball just in case they need late inning relief.
You know what? Knowing what kind of shape he's in, he could probably do it. You wouldn't do it, but he could probably do it.
Talked to Darnell McDonald a little bit before the game, and obviously Darnell tagged him, 2-run home run, great moment for Darnell. And he said, I'm glad we don't have to face a guy like that ever, again this year.
Well, I hope they do. And I hope it's in the latter part of October.
I would agree with you. Two and one on Reddick. Beltre still at first, 2 outs, and that's outside. 3-1. It's a little bit unusual for Hamill to be behind in counts. He is a consistent strike thrower. Three and two.
Well, be a little more careful here, and the reason why you get Dice getting on deck, sir. I know he's 1 for 2. That's a pitcher hitting over there that hits maybe 5 or 6 times the entire year.
Third ball, see you later. That froze him. Strikeout number 2 for Hamill. Middle of inning number 2. Rockies leading 2-0. Quick, easy, and available to anyone. Test drive it today. Rockies on the road late tonight, in fact. Be in Anaheim the next 3, then Padres for 3, then it's home for a long homestand against the Giants. Tonight is game 3 of 22 in a row against teams north of 500 so far. George, the Rockies 2-0 in that stretch. This is Jason Hamill leading off against Daisuke. Ball 1. You know who got beat up today, George? Matt Cain.
Surprisingly. Houston all over him, 7-5.
Hamill lifts a foul. Huey?
Kind of good news across the board, too, because San Diego finally lost to Tampa Bay after taking the first 2 ball games down there.
So good news all around in the division. Do you see how the Dodgers blew that in the 9th inning last night?
Goodness.
Against the Angels. It was beautiful. Strike 3, and for those that missed it, the Dodgers trailed 2-1. Brian Fuentes, former Rockies, pitching to Jamie Carroll with 2 outs. Russell Martin's at first, and Reed Johnson's at second. And Carroll hits a bloop single to left. The throw gets cut off. Reed Johnson slows up for an instant, going to the plate, and they get the back door on Russell Martin out at second before the run scored. Ball game over. Would have tied it up. Here's Johnny Herrera.
Earlier in the ball game, too, the ring was Casey Blake hit a ball off the top of the wall with Manny Ramirez at second base, and he thought it was a home run, so he was jogging, watching the throw, and had to stop at third base.
No excuse for that.
And earlier in that ninth inning, Matt Kemp, one of the outs was Brian Fuentes on an inside move, picks off Matt Kemp. Looked like the Dodgers not only were going to rally to tie it, but to go ahead there in the ninth. There's the 1-1 on Herrera, who singled his first time and scored. And Johnny has himself another base hit. I'll tell you what, I love this kid. Huey,
Yep.
he is not intimidated by his surroundings.
No, you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of Jamie Carroll, who the Rockies had a few years ago, because he's a guy you can play all over the field. He's going to battle you with quality at bats. The Hyundai Cam with that slider, just kind of a flat one, stays on it, realizing, you know what, I'm not a home run hitter. I'm a guy that's going to have to hit the ball to left, center, and right, kind of slap it all around the ballpark and provide a leadoff spark for the guys that are hitting behind.
Well, like a lot of guys that come to the big leagues, and Johnny did that in 2008. And all of a sudden wasn't there at all in 09. Wasn't a part of it. And left off the roster, then brought back this year to spring training. He had a very good showing in spring training. And it's flipped over here to the season.
Todd walked his first time. Herrera takes off. Veritek's throw. Gets it.
Just the fourth would-be base stealer Veritek has thrown out all year. It's all about shortstop, Jeff, being able to receive the baseball and get a tag down in a hurry.
Yeah, 1-3-7 to the plate. That's a bad call.
He's safe.
That's a bad call. 1-3-7 to the plate. Veritek was 1-9-0.
That's a bad
Just
call.
an awful call by Tom Hallion.
Yeah, and by big league standards, I know we slow it down on the Hyundai Cam, but by big league standards, Jeff, and you were a base stealer, that's not even that close.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it looked somewhat close on the Hyundai Cam, but as a shortstop or a former base stealer, you know when you've made it. But you can't argue if you're Jonathan Herrera. You just don't have that much time. If somebody else who has more time at the big league level could argue with Tom Hallion or tell him when he goes out next inning, hey, you missed that one.
3-0 on Helton. He hasn't seen a strike yet. Now, Jim Tracy, who's Brian Jones, does such a great job in the video room for the Rockies. Jim Tracy already knows that was a missed call. He has been informed. Three and one.
What's bad, too, and not only is it the out, you take the base runner away, but Jonathan Herrera did everything right.
Jonathan 10 for 22 on this homestand now with the 2 knocks this evening. There's a 3-1 on Todd, and this is popped up and playable. Beltre makes the catch. Rockies get a hit, but Daisuke faces the minimum. 2-0 as we go to the third. The third, Daisuke Matsuzaka will lead it off as we take a look at our Excel Energy fun fact. Until 1920, in the bottom of the ninth inning or an extra inning, home runs that drove in the winning run ahead of the batter were scored as singles, doubles, or triples, according to how many bases were needed to advance the winning run. Doesn't work that way, fortunately, anymore for the hitters. Did you know as well that you could sign up for an in-home energy audit and learn simple ways to save around your house from Excel Energy? Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. Matsuzaka takes another pitch out of the strike zone, 2-0. Maybe there's something to that George Frazier theory that both pitchers having trouble getting a grip on it.
It has to be. I mean, because pitch counts are very high, and 47 already for Jason Hamill. Daisuke's got nearly 50.
That was very nice of Daisuke to fire at that 2-0 pitch, huh, Jeff?
Thank you very much.
He doesn't understand the sign. The take sign.
But even if the take sign, not take sign given to you 2-0, the guy hadn't been close. As a pitcher, you got to make him throw at least one more.
You would think.
Oh well. Jason and the Rockies will take it.
Marco Scudero hit a fly ball to deep left field his first time up. And he takes low, ball one. Temperature was 93 degrees at first pitch. Right center field. Brad Hawk sees it. 2 outs.
Get your tickets for the July 2nd ball game and stay for post-game fireworks courtesy of Lockheed Martin. Always a big time at the yard here at Coors Field for one of the best fireworks show. 1-800-388-ROCK.
Nice little long homestand right before the All-Star break, too. San Francisco, St. Louis, and San Diego.
Daniel Nava hit a hard one-hopper to second his first time up. It was not a problem for Jonathan Herrera.
Kind of stands up there right like that, like Jim Thome. Remember how Thome used to hold the bat out in front?
Yeah. Tome's about twice his size.
Yeah. Kind of the same mannerisms where he pulls that shirt up a little bit. Points the bat at the pitcher instead of going ahead and getting back in his hitting position. Right there, just a relaxing timing mechanism for him.
2 balls and a strike.
Well, whatever he's doing, it's working out pretty well so far for the young man.
Yeah,
13 for 35, a home run, 10 RBIs. Yeah, he's doing okay.
And keep doing it, right?
Well, when you have 7 doubles and you've only played 10 games at the big league level, that's another pretty good number.
Been on base in every ball game he's played in the big leagues. 10 for 10. That's the best streak since Kevin Youkilis did the same thing some years ago in his first 10 with Boston. Here's the 2-2, and it's fouled back. Repair that chip in your windshield. Call SafeLight Elite Auto Glass, 303-287-5000, or check them out online at safelight.com. Beautiful Colorado evening. Packed house. 3rd straight sellout. Red Sox are off to San Francisco after the ball game. The Rockies will head west and play the Angels over the next 3 days. Breaking ball on the ground to Herrera on the backhand. 1-2-3 inning in the 3rd for Hamill. The shutout streak continues. 2-0 Rockies. Of 3, Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Jeff Hewson, Alano Rizzo from 20th and Blake. Carlos Gonzalez will lead it off. He walked in the first inning. Brad Hopp, Seth Smith to follow. And on the outside corner for a strike. That was well located.
Game note tonight, Tyler Matzik, the #1 draft pick last year of the Rockies. 5 2/3 no hits, was removed from the ball game though due to a pitch count. 5 walks, 5 strikeouts in Nashville. First game back after the All-Star break.
He's got a ton of talent. Still learning to be a little more consistent in the strike zone. 0-2.
A young kid, just fresh out of high school, but a tremendous talent with a very good arm.
Gonzalez 4 for 8 in the series. Well, that was like a 5-second pause at the top of his windup.
Yeah, as a hitter, when do you start to go back? As a rule of thumb is when he starts to go back, you do. But by that time, Carlos would be all the way almost back in Veritek's lap. You just have to wait. 1001, 1002, 1003.
This ball off the end of the bat to left field. Nava's there, 1 out. Take a look at this date in history, brought to you by Dex One Marketing Solutions Business Results. 1947, June 24th, in a game against the Pirates, Brooklyn Dodgers infielder Jackie Robinson steals home for the first time in his career. It's a feat he would repeat 18 more times. The daring Jackie Robinson. Brad Hopp bounced a single to left, just over Adrian Beltre's head, with the bases loaded to give the Rockies their 2 runs. Dice K came into this ball game with a career record of 42-23. His first season with the Red Sox was 07. He went 15-12. The most wins by a Japanese pitcher. I think everybody could guess that. Hideo Nomo, who threw a no-hitter here, won 123 games, 123 and 109. He's 4th already on the all-time list of Japanese pitchers in the major leagues, Japanese-born pitchers. Two and 1.
We talk about the motion of Dice K and what it does to a hitter when he goes back up there and pauses. We got a great split screen here, so you can see what Brad Hopp's doing the same time that Dice K's going up with his motion. Now Brad's going, okay, when do I start my motion? Okay, I got to get it right now.
Well, I think that's part of the reason why he's only giving up 3 home runs on the season, just 1 to left-hander.
Yeah,
tough to get your timing and your load.
It is, and the 2 guys that probably will be impacted the most, and one is Brad Hopp, the other is Carlos, just with the leg kick. Seth Smith's so quiet with what he does. Todd Helton, maybe Ian Stewart a little bit, but their loads aren't anything like Hopp's or Gonzalez.
Two and 2 on Hopp. The other guys among Japanese-born pitchers on that list, Tomaoka went 51-68. Shigetoshi Hasegawa won 45 games. Then Matsuzaka, and next to former Dodger Kaz Ishii went 39-34. Two again. That's pretty good coverage there. That's a hard pitch to get on top of, isn't it, Huey?
Well, it is. And if you notice, everything what Brad's trying to do right now is just take everything to left field, especially if it's something hard. The fastball, whether it's in or away from him, because of that whole timing mechanism. Now the key is if he hangs him a breaking pitch, because he's so focused going that way, he'll be able to pull it and yank it to right field.
Wow, that was some kind of changeup.
At about 10 to 11 miles an hour slower than what all the other pitches that Hop had seen in this at bat. You can see pretty much spattered throughout the 4th strike zone. On the Hyundai cam, coming right out of the hand. Now watch how his follow-through comes through on this baseball. He already starts to turn the wrist extremely early to create or try to create this movement and then deception on the ball to the plate.
That's a great look at that circle change, George.
Yeah, you know, he kind of holds it a little bit different than anybody else. Most of the pressure made with the 2 inside fingers. It's all about the arm angle and what he does with it. Just total command of it.
Matt Suzaka was pitching in the big leagues of Japan at 19. In fact, as a 19-year-old, he went 14-7. That was back in 2000. He was the first teenage starting pitcher in 15 years. Smith gets plunked.
How do you miss by that?
I don't know, but it's right on that right foot.
Well, you put it down, you can't get out of the way of it. You're trying to turn to get away. It looked like it got right on that little toe. On the Hyundai cam, you're really going to get a pretty good look at it. This thing's coming in. I mean, look where Veritek's at. He's stretched as far as he can go, and he still couldn't have caught the ball.
Miguel Olivo struck out on a slider his first time out. In fact, got 3 of them. 2 outs. Rockies up 2-0. Rockies have 3 players leading the club with 10 home runs: Smith, Olivo, and Gonzalez. This late in the season, it's the fewest home runs to ever lead the Rockies on June the 24th. Actually, in 2008, Garrett Atkins led the club with 10 home runs on this date. Charlie Hayes back in '93, the inaugural season, had 11 on this date. In 2005, Preston Wilson led the club on this date with 12. 1-1. Hey, chill out this summer with a $1 frozen Coke or a $1 frozen cherry drink from Burger King. $1 frozen drinks, limited time only. Olivo leading all catchers in baseball. He has an OPS, that's slugging percentage and on-base percentage combined, of .897. That's a really high mark. It's the most of any catcher in the game. Usually talking about guys, George, hitting for average. We're doing something Miguel doesn't do a ton of, walk also, and then hitting with power. Doubles, home runs.
I'm just so surprised that he was like the 5th or 6th choice after hitting 23 home runs last year, and he obviously could catch nasty stuff because he caught Zach Greinke every day.
Yeah.
That he was still out there.
And he loves it. He loves his teammates here. He loves the city. He said, I want to finish my career here. 2 balls and a strike. And he's got a lot of good baseball ahead of him. He takes great care of himself. Plays the game the right way. He plays it all out.
I remember a game he won for the Rockies, just trying to beat out a ground ball, and it caused an error, and it extended a rally to allow the Rockies to win a game.
Yeah, you're right. 2-1 on Miguel. 2-2.
Well, I really anticipate, and I think Miguel probably does too, that hard slider again. I mean, that's one of the strikeouts before that he utilized on Clint Barmas. With the bases loaded, he went to that hard slider. Struck out Olivo earlier in his first at bat on the hard slider and tried to steal the signs. It's a little difficult seeing in there. You can see the 2 given. That's typically his slider.
Wow.
He went heater, crisscrossed everybody.
Yeah. Seth Smith was hit by a pitch. He's left at first. 2-0 Rockies. We're off to the 4th. The first inning, they had Matsuzaka on the ropes then. Today's FastCast Sideline Report is brought to you by FastCast Gold Centers, where you'll always get 40% more for your gold. Let's check in again with Alana.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Don Baylor was a Red Sox in 1986 and was part of the 1986 World Series and, of course, part of that infamous Game 6, the Billy Buckner game. I asked him today what he remembers most about that. He said, I was standing in the dugout next to Tom Seaver. Remember, former Met, but ended his career as a Red Sox. He said, we were just waiting for the game to finish to run out on the field to be able to look at the scoreboard and see that it would read World Champions Boston Red Sox. He said, in the blink of an eye, everything changed. He said, Billy Buckner could have caught the ball 9 out of 10 times. They got rained out after they lost Game 6, so they had to sit and wait, and they had the lead in Game 7 and ended up losing that anyway to the New York Mets. He said, I relive that moment over and over and over, guys.
Yeah, the World Series would follow Don Baylor around late in his career. 86 with the Red Sox, 87 with George Frazier and the Twins. This ball's hit a ton by Pedroia, and it ends that shutout streak of Jason Hamill. It's now a 2-1 ball game. Home run number 10 for Pedroia.
28 in the third innings for Hamill. Look on the fourth strike zone here. Fastball that just stayed up in the zone. It didn't have the good low trajectory. Look how low you can see where Olivo's glove is, about knee high, and then moves to the belt. Pedroia got to really put some back leg drive on this thing. 6 home runs in April. He's only had 4 since then.
At the knees for a strike. Well, here are the all-time scoreless streaks among starting pitchers for the Rockies. Ubaldo earlier this year, 33 innings, and Hamill, 28 in the third. Actually, that's this year in baseball. Mike Pelfrey next. Then Ubaldo has another long streak. Francisco Liriano struggled a bit in his outing yesterday for the Twins. Had a stretch of 23 innings. Since they started tracking that, Ubaldo's the first pitcher to have 2 in the first half of at least 25. That's the first hit in the series for Big Papi. Jeff Houston, I know what you're thinking. You right now, because I know you well. You're going back to that first inning saying, boy, the Rockies going to regret not putting up more than just 2. Bases loaded, nobody out, and they already had 2 across, and then they had they loaded the bases again. Well, just because how dangerous this lineup is for the Rockies, or excuse me, the Red Sox, you're not going to be able to keep them down for very long. So you had the opportunity to throw a 4 or 5 spot up there. And now the ball's being wrapped around the ballpark. This one's off the wall by Beltran. And stop Ortiz at third base. Those 3 balls could not be hit any harder. Nobody out, second and third for the Red Sox.
See it again. I mean, that's just kind of a center cut fastball that you're not looking for to go there. They've been able to work corner to corner and stay out of the middle of the plate, but so far in this inning, Jason Hamill has not been able to stay out of the middle of the plate.
Jason Varitek struck out his first time up and didn't look very comfortable at all in his at bat. A sliver of sunlight is really right in Varitek's face right now as the sun is lowering in the
a little on Jason Hamill too. Like a pretty good pitch. That's an angle coming from our first base camera well here.
What Miguel Oliva will do, he's a lot like the other guys that possess a very good arm. They're not afraid to make throws to any base at any time. Thinking he had David Ortiz snapping a little bit. He did have him napping a little bit.
Well, it's just a perfect angle for the catcher to throw, too, because he doesn't have to worry about that right-handed bat trying to throw around him.
Three 3-0 on Varitek. Mike Cameron's on deck.
Don't just lay one in here with Varitek, though. You got to make sure you hit your spot. He might be swinging.
The reason you see the look back at Barksdale, they really thought that ball missed, and it did.
Curveball?
No, I don't think so, Jim. I think this early in the ball game, go back fastball.
Line drive caught by Stewart. He turned to double up Pappy, but the only problem was he's the third baseman.
Pretty good base running by Beltre and David Ortiz both, because when the ball's hit on the line with, hey, come on now, 2 outs, less than 2 outs, you're going to freeze.
But how about the positioning, though? Richie Dower putting Ian Stewart over into that 5 and 6 hole off the line a little bit to take that base hit away. Daring him to say, hey, if you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me down by the line. The Hyundai cam clearly shows he caught that ball right above the dirt.
David Ortiz, the affable superstar, sharing a moment with Ian Stewart. That's him in a nutshell. You see that, Jeff?
Yep.
He just likes people. Slapping him on the backside, saying, hey, good job. I like what you're doing.
He enjoys the game.
Yeah.
And that's what makes him so much fun, and that's why the people love him, especially when he's hitting the ball.
He hit the ball in May. Player of the month in the American League in May. Here's Cameron. Slider for a strike.
Well, this sets up well, because if you can get Cameron out somehow without a run scoring, you think about intentionally walking Reddick to get to Dice K with 2 outs.
Can you put innings down that look like big trouble? There's another strike. That's part of George, the maturation process. We've seen Hamill do that more frequently.
He has been able to do that because he has the 1 inning every single ball game that just kind of blows up on him. Now all of a sudden he's able to make pitches to get out of things. There's a hard slider, not to come back with the same pitch. Then he comes with a curveball right behind it. The pitch we just showed you for strike 2.
Now where do you go?
Well, he's a chaser.
They went heater on the hands. Cameron fouled it back.
I mean, by a chaser, you can elevate your fastball. You can take a breaker ball into the dirt, move it off of the plate. You just don't want to make a mistake. Middle half in with Mike Cameron. Very strong man in that middle half of the plate. He could hurt you.
That's why I didn't like that last pitch going inside with him.
Yeah, you better get it in.
Yeah, we've seen that be trouble before. Go break and pitch away, or if you're going to do a fastball, do it up by the letters.
And this will get the run home, and maybe more. Boston will take the lead. Beltre following David Ortiz to the plate on the double by Cameron, an 0-2 double, and Boston leads it 3-2. Good effort by Carlos Gonzalez. Just the 4th and 5th RBIs all year for Cameron, who's battled injuries.
Big time injuries, 84 at bats, 3 RBIs, as Drew mentioned. Look where they want this pitch, though. Take it on the forward strike zone. You're way ahead. Oliva was prepared for this ball to be in the dirt, but it hung right in the middle of the strike zone, not on the outer half of the plate, and down.
Josh Reddick with 1 out at the plate. He struck out looking on a curveball. Boy, he was set up to get Cameron, who does strike out quite a bit, in fact. When you look at numbers, when a hitter is 0-2, they hit in the low 100s.
Yeah, when you hit your spots, though. And that one he just missed.
And a lot of times you try to make the perfect pitch. And when you try to make the perfect pitch, you overthrow it even more. And that's when you have a tendency to make that nasty curveball, trying to make it nastier, and it just hangs in the strike zone.
Cameron missed more than a month with a lower abdominal strain. Sure, a lot of followers of Darnell McDonald after his performance last night. Surprised to see Cameron getting the start in center tonight.
We're just trying to get him going.
There's Darnell. One and two on Reddick. And that is a foul ball. Red Sox are 10-4 this year against the National League. And the Rockies are 8-3 against the American League. Rockies since '06, far and away the best team in the National League in interleague play. He went.
Yes, he did.
Yep, he's gone. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Matsuzaka. That is the 3rd strikeout of the ball game, and the 2nd time that Hamill has gotten Reddick.
Committed on the breaking ball, and that's the kind of the pitch he wanted to throw Cameron on 0-2, but he gets Reddick here for the strikeout.
Matsuzaka grounded out the 2nd on a 2-0 pitch in the 3rd inning. 3-2 Boston in the 4th. Matsuzaka is represented by Scott Boras. There is a base hit for Matsuzaka, and Mike Cameron is going to score.
3 for 5 now for Daisuke swinging the bat in interleague. First RBI for him to pick up.
And again, this is the old Jason Hamill, not able to put an inning down, and it was set up. You know, he'd already given up the 0-2 double to score 2 off the bat of Cameron. He can't get Daisuke.
Slider too, down and away. I mean, that's not a bad job of hitting. Just kind of stuck the bat out in front of it and let the velocity of the ball carry it to the outfield.
Yeah, very flat. Stayed on that same plane. Easy to swing at those.
Well, as a pitcher too, when you see something like that as a hitter, because it's really kind of speeds up his bat to the ball.
8th man to hit in the inning, Marco Scudero. He takes strike 1. Franklin Morales has a baseball, and he's tossing to Mark Strittmatter down in the Rockies bullpen. Red Sox pitchers this year have held their own in interleague play. They're 4 for 12.
Lackey, a couple of hits last night in the ball game.
Yeah, Lackey, you got to pitch to.
Yep.
He has an offensive background from his college days. You know, Daisuke, I'm trying to disparage his capabilities, but when you look at his swing, Huey, you're not overly concerned.
You're not scared of what he's going to be able to do at the plate, and I think it goes back to the point George made. Why speed up his bat with the slider? I mean, it's easy to sit here and second guess, but you know, 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
And he's not out of it yet. Another 0-2 base hit. The breaking ball not real sharp tonight, George.
Nope, that's the one pitch that had been his friend, too, and this run he had of going 4-0 in his last 5 starts, and it's Hamill kind of thinking, is there another hole they can't miss? 24 pitches to get through the first. He only faced 4 batters. After that, it's been 21. It's been 10 in the 3rd, a quick inning. Unfortunately, here in the 4th, it's climbed back up to put him in an 81 total pitch count now.
Yeah, now you're
in the ball game.
And now you're talking about the potential for your bullpen having to eat up a bunch of innings. And again, if you watch the first, you're thinking, man, the Rockies can make this really difficult on the Red Sox early. 2-0, nobody's out, bases are loaded. And Daisuke wiggled out of it without further damage. That's something Hamill's been unable to do in this inning. He's been on such a great run. Here's Daniel Nava. Getting ahead hasn't been the problem this inning.
Finishing it off. Putting hitters away.
He was ahead of Cameron 0-2, ahead of Matsuzaka, ahead of Scudero 0-2.
And Cameron's the one that really hurt because it was set up for him to get out of the inning.
Six hits in the inning for the Red Sox. It began with the man on deck, Dustin Pedroia, hitting one out to left to end the shutout streak at 28 1/3 for Hamill.
0-2 count again.
One and two.
.31 pitches in the inning now. Hey, the 15-game mini plans are now available, including great games and postseason opportunities. So pick up the phone and call the Rockies at 303-ROCKIES or go to ColoradoRockies.com for more information.
Two runners on. Daisuke Matsuzaka at second. Marco Scudero at first. 2 outs. Whoa. Why'd he stop?
I have no idea. I was watching Jason. I didn't see what happened.
Let's look in at home plate real quick. If the signs aren't right, then as he comes up and sets, watch Olivo. He's the one that called time, but Jason had already picked his leg up. That's as a pitcher, you got to go ahead and throw the baseball.
Now you really need to get Nava. 2 in scoring position after the balk. 1 and 2 on Nava. Red Sox up 4-2. Matsuzaka's hit his stride out on the hill. Got it. 4 runs in the inning on 6 hits as the Red Sox hit around. FSN is brought to you by AT&T. Switch to the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, a better 3G experience. By the Courtyard by Marriott on the 16th Street Mall. Call 303-571-1114 and ask about our hometown sports package. By Dex One, marketing solutions, business results. And by Larry H. Miller Nissan, driven by you. Now the Rockies got off to a fast start, as they did last night. And then the Red Sox caught them and passed them. We know how it turned out last night. Hopefully it's the same deal tonight. Maybe we don't have to wait for ninth inning heroics that Ian Stewart provided some of last night. Fourth inning, 4-2 Red Sox. Stewart hit into a fielder's choice his first time up. That was in the first inning with the bases loaded. A little squib right back to Daisuke, who flipped with his glove to Varitek. And Chris Nelson is getting the gloves on and the helmet. So Hamill may be done here. He's due up third in the inning.
I think it's all going to depend if the Rockies get something going or not. Jim Tracy thanking Hamill with 87, 88 pitches right now. And Morales is set down in the bullpen. But if they do happen to get something going, then you know what? 2 on, nobody out, runner on second, 1 out. You might let Nelson hit and go to your bullpen.
2-strike count on Ian Stewart. Adrian Beltre way off the line at third. He can almost go shake hands with Scudero. I'll tell you a quick story. I started last inning on Daisuke. He's represented by Scott Boras. Boras went over to meet with him in 2006 because there was rumblings that Daisuke was going to come to the big leagues. And Scott Boras, according to the story, Daisuke's wife had one request. She wanted a jersey from Boras, from Daisuke's favorite player in the United States. So Daisuke figured, Boras figured probably be Ichiro, maybe Hideo Nomo, somebody of Japanese descent. No, he wanted his wife wanted Jason Varitek's jersey. Well, not only does she probably have the jersey now, but Varitek catching her husband. This ball is hit well to center field. Cameron on the move, lays out, makes the catch.
Boy, that ball just kept hanging up there.
Yeah, I don't think that Cameron thought that either, Jeff, when it left the bat. I think he thought he was going to have a little better shot at this thing and make it a little easier catch. And he had to really turn on the afterburners and make that dive out here to make the catch on this baseball. Good concentration on the Hyundai cam to wrap it up and then turn the glove into him. So when you hit the ground on impact, it won't squirt out of that bat, that front side of the glove.
Clint Barmas struck out to end that first inning with the bases loaded. Daisuke has hit his rhythm.
Well, think how many balls he's thrown in relation to the number of strikes in the first inning. Now he's over that 50-50 mark. 40 strikes, 33 balls.
And this is to short. He goes right through the foul hole on Scudero. What's going on over there on the left side of that diamond, Jeff?
Well, you can't blame that one on a bad hop. I mean, that ball just, it's one of those things from Scudero. He just didn't stay down. It doesn't get much easier than this. Hit right at you. Don't move a half step to your right. But notice where his glove was. His glove's back a little bit. And look where his eyes are looking. Hyundai cam shows he just didn't even get that bottom down. I just say he's trying to look at the ground. There's nothing wrong with this field. He had one bad hop the other night, so what? But the rest of the time, this field plays immaculate, especially compared to Fenway Park.
10 errors on the season now for Scudero.
Might be in his head a little bit now.
Chris Nelson, pinch hitting, takes a strike. So Hamill goes just 4 innings. First 3 were very good. The fourth not so good. That is first hit of his career 2 nights ago. Line drive up the middle for Nelson. And Nelson hits it off the end of the bat down the right field line, and running hard and then running into the wall is Josh Reddick.
Ouch. He looked up when he was running towards the line to see how close he was to the wall. Right there, he gives a little glance and then just misjudged it, but those knees go into that padding and that foot right underneath it.
You can power shag all you want, but it's when it's not your ballpark, Jeff, that's still tough.
Well, Fenway Park especially is real close to the lines down the right field line, and especially that pesky pole. Plays different than it does here.
Nelson with another base hit. So Chris Nelson coming through. 2 aboard for Johnny Herrera, who's 2 for 2. You know, we talked about, George, when Tulowitzki went down. Troy said it, Jim Tracy said it, it's obvious. Other guys have to step forward. Johnny Herrera stepped forward. And you know what? Chris Nelson, when given an opportunity, has stepped forward.
He has stepped forward with a couple of base hits. That last impressive because the ball was in on him, and he really got his hands tight to the body and able to take it right back up the middle. But it hasn't been just stepping forward to the offense. It's been the defense and the pitching to say, hey, lost an offensive cog. We got to hold things down tonight. Unfortunately, Hamill didn't do that, but it's been pretty true so far without Tulowitzki.
Here's Johnny Herrera, and he showed bunt. That got the attention of Beltre. Big Papi never moved.
The Rockies 7 for 21 with runners in scoring position this series. Obviously, a remarkable improvement over the other part of the season.
Yeah.
I think that was more to show, to try to get Beltre to play even closer.
That's a strike. One and one with one out. The Red Sox have taken a 4-2 lead with 4 runs in the 4th inning. Even without Euclid, Victor Martinez. This is a team that can hurt you. J.D. Drew's been watching since last Friday. He's got a hamstring injury. He's taking batting practice. And Herrera gets underneath it. Two outs. Helton will come up. Let's take a look at the Amica hit zone on top and remind you, Amica, it's not how you're covered, it's how you're treated.
I see the big numbers right out front. I mean, that's pretty obvious on the Red side. Where he has really struggled is that back foot slider, change up and hard sinker down and away. The ball up in the upper half of the strike zone. I think when you see this 200 average on top, that's more chasing high fastballs out of the zone for Todd.
Full house at Coors Field. Rockies have won the first 2 encounters with Boston. Todd fouls this off out of play. One strike count on Helton. Barmes at second, Nelson at first. And Todd, a little lift in that swing, fouled it off again. Repair that chip in your windshield. Call Safelite Elite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000, online at safelite.com. Todd, lifetime a .337 hitter with runners in scoring position. This year, He's down at 171, and it's not going to stay there. And showing signs of coming through of late. 1-2.
I've noticed even the last couple of days in batting practice the way that Barrel's coming through the zone during BP. Really been working with Don Baylor and also talking to his dad Jerry, trying to catch the ball out in front just a little bit more with the barrel of the bat. Don't get beat on that fastball.
You know, I saw thumb go up, which sometimes says raise the fastball in the zone. He went down with an 83-mile-an-hour hard slider.
That's a good piece of hitting, though, from Helton's perspective.
Well, he's not chasing stuff. He's keeping his hands back, and then he's reacting very quickly to the baseball. That's not something that Todd was doing earlier. I think the one thing that he's trying to really stay away from is Todd's dad trying to stay away from collapsing the body and dropping underneath and getting an upward kind of a loopy swing into the baseball.
Yeah, I always try to stay tall through the ball and then finish high.
1-2. The Red Sox fans in attendance oohing it on. It was off the plate. 2-2. Gonzalez hoping for an opportunity here in the fourth. Terry Francona in his 6th year. That's a skipper of the Red Sox. That always comes with a little bit of pressure. But all these jobs do. 2-2. Pitch to hit. Todd fouled it straight back.
Well, part of Terry's deal is he treats the media pretty freely. Fairly, I should say. He doesn't try to short-chin. And I think that's how he wins the hearts over, because let me tell you what, Boston could be a very hardcore, obviously hardcore sports town. But when you're straight up front, you walk out and go, hey, you know what, we stunk. Got beat. What are you going to say to him?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing that he's won their hearts over with.
He said that yesterday when we were chatting with him. He said in April, first 3 weeks of April, we were awful. Todd's getting some pitches to hit.
Well, and he's also elevating the pitch count for Matsuzaka now. Next pitch will be the 89th. And this is a guy that's just coming off the DL from a forearm strain.
Barmes reached on an error. Nelson single. 2 outs. 4-2 Boston. 3-2. So now the bonus of with the next pitch, the runners will be moving.
And you've got good speed both places.
Yes, you do.
Just make sure he goes home. Don't get caught by that inside move.
Ball 4, and they're loaded up for Carlos Gonzalez.
Another visit from Johnny Farrell. Go out and try to settle the young man down. Try to get him back into the strike zone a little bit.
I tell you, if nothing else, picking up on Jeff Houston's point, George, coming off the DL with a forearm strain, the Rockies have been able to elevate his pitch count in this inning. Might mean that Boston has to go to that pen earlier than they anticipated. Got Atchison now throwing.
Right-hander, depending on where they are in this lineup. And again, Gonzalez 1 for 3 with 2 outs and the bases loaded so far. He hit a triple. Take one of those right now.
Outside ball 1. Gargo's seen more pitches, George, tonight in his first couple of at-bats. I mean, he normally He's a very aggressive guy. Here's the 1-0. And that's pulled hard, but right at David Ortiz. Boy, 3 feet to his right, and the Rockies have tied up the baseball game. First 4 innings, and Jason Hamill is done. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Comcast Digital Home Phone Service. Warm up to unlimited local and long distance. Call 1-800-COMCAST. So Franklin Morales will work a little long haul relief, George.
Well, he's going to have to, and he's going to have to throw strikes. 13 walks in 16 innings. That's just not going to cut it. The 21st appearance for Franklin Morales. Great stuff. That stuff's got to find home plate.
I mean, it's that simple. Frankie battles throwing strikes on a consistent basis. Dustin Pedroia will lead it off in the 5th inning. We'll check our Geico quote of the day. Wade Boggs, he's a pretty good Red Sox. Everyone asks me why about everything. I have no idea. I see it, I swing, I hit it. I did that very well right after chicken salad dinner.
Chicken every day.
Chicken before every ball game. Yep. Here's Pedroia. He homered leading off the 4th inning.
For Franklin, I think the confidence will grow if he's able to retire the first batter. Seems like his struggle starts if he walks his first guy or he doesn't get a couple of pitches. And he's off the mark here at 94, 2-0. In a series, the Rockies bullpen's been pretty good. 5 2/3, 5 hits, a run, a walk, and 5 strikeouts.
That's 3-0. We saw this last night. And it just really puts Jim Tracy in a bind.
Well, you're not going to try to stay away from Bilal if you can tonight, because he pitched a couple of nights in a row. And Jim Tracy, it may be one of those visits. If he starts to get too wild, start to walk some people, maybe one of those visits Jim Tracy makes to the mound.
I think you're right. I think that message will be delivered by the manager. Ball 4.
Dustin thought it might have been a strike.
And this is not a team that if you have command issues, it's fun facing, because they take a ton of pitches, more than any other team in baseball. They see more pitches per at bat than any team in the game.
And especially if you're wild out there and not throwing strikes, you're going to redefine that strike zone even smaller.
In fact, they take 59% of pitches thrown. It's the most in major leagues. They swing at the first pitch only 18.4% of the time. That's the lowest in Major League Baseball. And this guy, David Ortiz, sees a ton of pitches typically. He brings lunch and a snack and dessert when he goes up to the plate.
Might be time to try something else. That's 5 fastballs that have resulted not anywhere near the mitt. They had 1 strike in the previous deal. Go to a hard slider a couple of times. Go to a slow curveball.
You know, Miguel Oliva, George and Jeff, we've gotten to spend a lot of time around him the last 4 or 5 months going back to spring training. He's an intense guy. And you know what? That wasn't a slap on the back. Come on, let's throw some strikes. I mean, he had a message there.
And he should have, because, you know, to come in and throw 5 straight balls is just 5 out of 6. And then you fall behind. Guys have better swings at you.
1 out. Adrian Beltre coming up. Let's take a look at our job done right player of the series. Rockies won the first 2 in this series. We're going to give the nod to a guy in the bullpen who's done a terrific job all year. Matt Bellano got his 2nd career save on Tuesday, and then 2 big punch outs last night to keep it a 1-run ball game and allow the Rockies to have a walk-off win on the Giambi 2-run blast in the 9th. That's presented by the Colorado Association of Mechanical and Plumbing Contractors. To have your next building or service project done right the first time, visit jobdoneright.org. Beltre a walk and a double. Pedroia can run at first, and this ball's fouled off.
He's not getting a real good read over here, though, at first base off of Morales. He has 8 stolen bases, only been caught 1 time. As soon as Franklin's coming up, about 1.5 steps, he's kind of leaning, going back towards the bag. The only thing he might do is just go first movement.
That fooled him. That's a big curveball.
First one he's thrown. I mean, that's the key to it. First one that he has thrown on the Hyundai cam. You see that big spin and release, the bite. Frees the hitter at the home plate area. Just a good pitch.
He didn't miss that one. 2-run home run for Beltre is 11th of the year. And now Boston leads it 6-2.
Goes back to kind of the same problem that Jason Hamill was having, not being able to put the hitters away once he got ahead in the count. Franklin ahead in the count 1-2. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, wanted to go in, but still belt high in.
Well, he's got such great extension on a ball down and in a little bit. And that ball seemed to come in, but his front side clearance allowed the bat to get there, and he smoked it. 50 RBIs now for Adrian Beltre.
And we told you at the top of this series that Beltre not only having a great year, his best since 04, but he kills the Rockies at Coors Field. That's his 16th career home run at Coors Field in 58 games. Veritek hits it in the air to left. Here comes Seth Smith. Easy play. 2 outs.
Follow the Rockies on your phone with MLB.com at bat, featuring highlights and much more.
Mike Cameron, maybe the biggest swing of this ball game.
I would agree, Drew.
An 0-2 2-run double when it looked like Jason Hamill may squeeze out of the inning or give himself a chance to squeeze out of the inning. Last inning we're talking about, having only given up the Pedroia home run. So Ortiz singled, Beltre doubled last inning, then Varitek lined out. If he can maybe fan Cameron, who strikes out a lot, 0-2, he can walk Reddick, whose first base was open, and pitch to Matsuzaka. But look what happened on the 0-2 pitch to Cameron.
Breaking ball just hung up into the zone. He took care of business like good hitters will on a ball that Gonzalez, great effort, dove for it. He's not able to put leather on the baseball.
Jason Hamill didn't have that real swing and miss breaking ball, that sharp breaking ball that we see so frequently from him. 2-2.
The other thing, he didn't really have a changeup today either. Anytime he tried to throw the changeup, it was left up and out of the zone.
Darnell McDonald's come out in the on-deck circle for Reddick, who's a left-handed bat. Fouled off. Red Sox with the 6 runs tonight over the 400 run mark already this year. They're at 403. That's the most runs in baseball. Interestingly, they have 6 runs, and Daisuke in his career with the Red Sox, in terms of run support, had the 3rd best run support in the game since he came to the big leagues from Japan in 2007, right at 6 runs per game. You're going to win a lot of games if you get 6, huh? And Herrera throws out Cameron in the inning. A walk to Pedroia, a 2-run home run from Beltre. 6-2 Boston.
TNT trivia question. Jason Hamill was drafted in the 10th round of the 2002 draft. Tonight was his 46th game with the Rockies, his 42nd start for Colorado. The franchise has only had 2 other players drafted in the 10th round that have played 50 or more games. Let's see if you can name them, guys.
Here's Darnell McDonald. Alana, thank you. He's in right field for Josh Reddick. And Brad Hopp will lead off against Daisuke Matsuzaka. Rockies let him off the hook a bit in the first, and they had an opportunity last inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Carlos Gonzalez hit it sharply, but right at David Ortiz. So Hop has a 2-run single in this ball game. Then Seth Smith and Miguel Oliva. In the air to center field. Cameron makes the catch, 1 out. So Smith will come up. He does not have an official at bat. A walk, and he was hit on the foot. The 5th inning on this year, the Rockies have been outscored in every inning save the 7th. That we've told you many times, the Rockies have the fewest runs from the 6th inning forward in baseball. We're gonna have to do some hitting tonight in those innings.
Well, that's what makes what happens in the first 3 innings so important. Being able to score more than 2 runs in that first.
I mean, it seems like a long time ago, Jeff, but Dustin Richardson was up in the bullpen in the 1st inning. John Farrell had to pick up that phone in the 1st inning.
Yeah, and Dice K had over 30 pitches, and he couldn't find the strike zone if you gave him a map.
Smith fouls this off. We'll get into the seats down the left field line. Pitches by inning for Matsuzaka.
Well, he saw that big 1st inning. I mean, everybody's thinking, all right, this bullpen's going to be busy for a while tonight. He's at 96 right now with 1 out and a 1-2 count in the 5th. Go figure. Well, but his whole career, he's averaged in America. He's averaged just a little over 5 innings per start.
They do a lot of throwing in Japan, part of their training, and they run 6-man rotations in Japan. But they throw an awful lot. Matsuzaka, though, I can't imagine, George, that Matsuzaka would go beyond this inning. He's due up 2nd. I mean, obviously Boston's up 4 runs, but first game off the DL. Beltre. Wild throw. And Smith takes a look at where it is, and he'll go to second base. Boy, you rarely see that from Adrian. And Jeff, you're down there. That wasn't anywhere close to David Ortiz.
That's an easy play. I mean, you could say David Ortiz, this hasn't played first base much. That's all on Adrian Beltre.
Well, think about this, guys. He's got 13 errors on the season. That's not Adrian Beltre. And he's now, and you said, going and looking at this thing, you got 23 errors on the left side of their infield between Scudero. Really? I just got a note from Dougie. Single and error 5 on the throw.
Yeah, they gave Smith an infield hit. He'll take it. And with 1 out, he's at second. Miguel Oliva, who's struggled with Dice K. He's 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts. And he's behind 0-1. Oliva 1 for 5 now against Matsuzaka. Hitting .404 coming into the ball game at home. And this is playable. Two outs. That'll bring up Stewart. Time for tonight's Quest High Speed Pitch, brought to you by Quest, the high-speed internet provider of the Rockies. Matsuzaka hit 94, and Jason Hamill in the first inning on a couple of occasions hit 96. 4-inning outing, though, for Hamill. That was a full, beautiful, beautiful night. You know what? With this being one of the longest days of the year and that full moon, George, you know, while we're waiting for the get on the plane tonight, we can go down on the tarmac and have a catch.
Go ahead. Right. I'm heading to Oklahoma.
Oh, that's right.
I'll pick you up. I got you, Drew.
Huey, me and you on the tarmac under the midnight sun.
Yeah, I head to Oklahoma. heading to Oklahoma for 4 or 5 days. Be back next Thursday. Drew is going to Anaheim and then on to Cooperstown with his Little League team. Always a great time.
That is a great tournament. Great town, Cooperstown, New York. Here's Stewart. Change up.
Tom Helmer going to fill in on the play-by-play side of things for you guys when you go to last couple of games in Anaheim and on down to San Diego.
See a lot of good weather there.
The sun typically shines in those two cities.
Easy trip to pack for, that's for sure.
Manny Del Carmen getting loose in the Boston bullpen. 1-2. Stewart wastes that pitch. Smith at second base, infield hit, went to second on an overthrow by Beltre. Ian Stewart arrived in the 9th inning last night with 28 hits at Coors Field this year. 25 of them were singles. He had 3 doubles, 7 road home runs, and then he hit one in the second deck to tie it up. I'm sure Ian feels it a little bit, the fact that especially with Tulowitzki out, he has to pick up his production because he's a guy that profiles as a middle of the order type player. Last year 25 home runs, still very, very young, so you expect him to build on that. Got off to a great start this year. And he's gone here. Matsuzaka strikes him out. That's 6 punch outs for Matsuzaka. And he leaves Smith in scoring position. 5 complete. Red Sox up 6-2. Alana Rizzo.
All right, time now to answer our AT&T trivia question. The question was, Jason Hamels making his 46th appearance with the Colorado Rockies, his 42nd start tonight. There's only been 2 players drafted in the 10th round, as was Jason Hamel, that have played at least 50 games. Can you name them, guys? One has a very famous last name, I'll tell you that much.
Edgard Clemente.
Very good.
Yes.
He played 68 games in 1993. Of course, he's the nephew of Roberto Clemente. And then our own shortstop, second baseman Clint Barham, is 596 games so far. He was drafted in the 10th round of 2000, guys.
All right, Alana, thank you for that. Our AT&T trivia question. Strike one on Darnell McDonald. Came into the ball game last half inning in right field for Josh Reddick. Right-hander for a left-hander, and he pops this one up. Carlos Gonzalez coming on. One out.
And J.D. Drew, I think, has grabbed a bat, come to the on-deck circle.
So it will be 5 and fly for Daisuke Matsuzaka, coming off the disabled list, over 100 pitches. So J.D. Drew, who's been nursing a hamstring injury, not significant enough to put him on the DL, but this will be his first action since last Friday at Fenway against the Dodgers, his former club.
We'll take a behind-scenes look at Coors Field. It's great. You come as a group or you come as an individual. They're available. 303 Rockies to make your reservation.
Matsuzaka on the plus side. He leads 6-2. 0-1 on JD, and that's a strike at 94. 0-2. Out of Hahira, Georgia.
Yeah, he injured that hamstring trying to make a catch, not running the bases. It was a low sinking line drive, kind of reached out, tweaked that hamstring. So he said it was kind of the perfect storm. Been battling a little bit, and just when he had to reach a little extra bit, that's when it grabbed on.
2 hops at help, 2 outs. That'll bring up Marco Scutaro. Well, who wants tacos? Fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more runs for the Rockies Taco Special, text the keyword taco to 95323. Scutaro tonight, fly ball left field, fly ball right field, and a single. Takes ball 1. It'll be Manny Del Carmen next inning on the hill for Boston.
Well, try to line up that same combination they have in the past, Del Carmen, and then if Bard can go again, he went 2 innings yesterday. If he could go, you could go to Bard and have him pitch the 8th and then hand it over to Papelbon again, or let some other guys down to the bullpen see if they can finish it up.
Kind of depends on where they might be. They might try to close it with Okajima tonight with as many lefties as the Rockies have in their lineup.
Yeah, the Rockies are stacked in the middle of their lineup.
I think too, Jeff, it also depends on where this game is at that time. It's a 4-run game now.
4 straight lefties, 2 through 5 in the Rockies lineup. Here's the 1-2. Scutaro fouls it off. That's a great baseball name, Marco Scutaro.
Much better pitch count for Franklin Morales now. 31 pitches, 21 of those have found the strike zone.
But again, George, I mean, you got to be ready. You know that. You got to be ready to throw strikes when you come out of the pen. And we've seen him walk the first guy on numerous occasions. And tonight it burned him because he walked Pedroia. 2 batters later, Beltre hit one 20 rows deep in left field. You know, solo home runs you can handle. When there's guys on base, it becomes more problematic.
Particularly when they're free.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 6th inning for Morales. 6-2 Red Sox. freeze cam. Last night, Jason Giambi against Jonathan Papelbon. What a sweet sound that was. And that picture never tires. That was the Frostbrewed Coors Light freeze cam. Giambi hoping for a meaningful moment tonight. Rockies have work to do. Trailing by 4 runs, entering the bottom of the 6th inning. And taking over is Manny Del Carmen. Righties hitting just 150 against Del Carmen. Overall, the league hitting 162 against him.
Well, you see the numbers there. 23 strikeouts, 32 2/3, 31st appearance. He does have a tendency at times to get wild in the strike zone. But he will feature a fastball that works both sides of the plate. He'll run his fastball. 91, 93, touch 94 occasionally. Curveball, cutter, slider, works fast, challenges hitters, and locates the heater.
Want to know on Barmes, he reached on an error by Scudero his last time up. And that fastball 95 misses, 2-0. In the on-deck circle, Ryan Spilborghs.
See if Clint Barmes is going to take one here.
He did.
Yeah. I just figure you're down by 4 runs. Outs are starting to become a premium. See if he can throw a strike before you start to swing.
And it's 2-2. Manny Del Carmen, originally a 2nd-round pick of the Red Sox in 2000. Local kid. It's chopped foul. He was born in Boston.
There was some talk last year they might have put him out on the trade block when they were looking for some bats when guys got injured. They're looking for some starting pitching. And I think they realized how valuable he is to their ball club in this 5th, 6th, 7th inning type role that he plays.
And a power pitcher coming out in that time too. Kind of fits their whole bullpen.
2-2. And a base hit for Clint Barmes. He stayed back on that. And he hit the curveball. So a leadoff single for Barmes, and that'll bring up Spilborghs pinch hitting for Morales.
And you got to look at it from an aspect that you got to peck away. You're not going to hit a 4-run home run, so just try to get people on base for the people that do hit home runs. But nice job. Line drive out of the head, over the head of Beltre into left field.
Spilborghs had a sacrifice bunt in the 9th inning, moving Barmes to scoring position. And Giambi said, "The heck with that. I'm not taking a single. I'm going to hit one in the 2nd deck."
You know, Kojima, you talked about him closing. He may have to be closing in the eyes of Terry Francona here in the 6th inning. Slammed the door shut.
There's Hideki Okajima. One ball, 1 strike on Spilborghs. Spilborghs started Tuesday night against Leicester, went 1 for 4, had an RBI hit. Chassin beat Leicester that night 2-1. That's a strike. Spilborghs hitting well against the American League this year. He's at .333.
Well, the interleague play coincided with him getting hot.
Crazy.
Raised the average almost 50 points since interleague started.
He's a career .306 hitter in the pinch. Two and two. Johnny Herrera's on deck. Rockies have left 8 on in 5 innings. Got both their runs in the first inning. And that's a base hit. Barnes cuts the bag at second. He's heading to third. McDonald throws it through as the bluff by Scudero that he cut it off to keep Spilborghs from making too big a turn.
The Rockies pinch hitters tonight 2 for 2. Nelson with a base hit. Spilborghs with a base hit.
And now the top of the order.
Top of the order, and the left-hander trying to get loose because you got a bunch of lefties coming here at you. Inside fastball fought off by Spilborghs, taken to right field. Put runners at first and third, and nobody out.
And Jeff, that's exactly why when you see that fastball and it got in on the hands a little bit of Spilborghs, and sometimes your first inclination is to say, well, he made a really good pitch. But because it's up, he's able to hit it in the air short of the outfielders, but over the infielders' head.
Yeah, because you're able to pull your hands in, as George mentioned. And when you pull your hands in like that, and what it does is it keeps the barrel on the same plane. And that's why when the ball's up, you're able to stay on the same plane and then throw out those line drive hits. If that ball's down, it's tougher to get to. You end up topping the ball. You might hit it a little bit harder, but you just don't get the same swing as when that ball's up, even if he does jam you a little bit.
Infield set for 2 up the middle. Beltre basically even with the bag. Rockies don't have to get it all back at once, just chip away, and that's inside. Ball 1 on Johnny Herrera. Single in the first and scored a run. Single in the second, was caught stealing, at least according to Tom Hallion at second. He was clearly safe on the replays, and he hit a fly ball to center field. So he's 2 for 3 tonight. Good speed on base. Barmes and Spilborghs. 2-0 with Helton on deck.
The Rockies Conference Center is available for game day or non-game day meetings. To pick up the phone, call the Rockies 303 Rockies to make your reservation.
I think this is Del Carmen's last hitter.
And you got all the lefties coming up after. 2-1.
Francona's going to manage a game a lot like Jim Tracy is. When he needs to take his ace out of the pen to get him situated to the 8th and 9th inning, he's going to do just that. He's going to bring the best left-hander to face the left-handed hitting Rockies. He's not going to bring in a secondary left-hander to do it just because he's waiting for later in the game. He's going to try to kill everything early.
2-1. 2-2. Here's the thing, though, about Okajima. He's been very good for the Red Sox. However, this year, lefties are hitting .289 against him. Helton hit one off the top of the scoreboard on Tuesday night against Okajima. 3-2 on Herrera. Del Carmen from West Roxbury, Massachusetts.
Good piece of hitting right there from Jonathan.
You know, it was, but I also think that may have been a ball. I mean, it was pretty tight, although he crowds the plate, so it's difficult to see. But I think, too, he sees an opportunity to have an RBI, and he doesn't want to trust a big league umpire with a rookie, thinking that, you know what? And the ball is inside. Thinking I'm not going to get rung up on a heater inside.
Yeah, that's exactly what my thought is. I'd rather go down swinging if something happens.
And great eye by Herrera. And again, the Rockies have loaded the bases. That has been the theme of this game. Unfortunately, They need to come through a little more frequently than they have so far. Helton will come up with the bases jammed and nobody out. Crowd alive and well again at Coors Field. We'll get a pitching change. FSN is brought to you by the Great Colorado Payback, reuniting you with your money. By Steel and your local Steel dealers. For a location near you, visit steeldealers.com. By Larry H. Miller Toyota, driven by you. And by King Supers. Our people make the difference. Bases loaded for the 6th time tonight for the Rockies. They're 1 for 5. Helton will face Okajima. Barnes singled, he's at 3rd. Spilborn singled, he's at 2nd. And Johnny Herrera just walked. Rockies have had 51 at-bats this year with the bases loaded. 3rd fewest in baseball. And they're hitting just 196 with the bases loaded. Strike one on top.
Well, part of it's the left-handed throwers coming into the ball game. A left-handed hitter, I guess, what I'm trying to say. But you also have a left-hander on the mound. When he comes in, typically, he doesn't walk a lot of people. 11 walks, 19 strikeouts. He puts the ball in play. He's given up 29 hits in 24 innings so far this year.
It's not quite as loud down here as it was in the 9th inning last night, but it's getting pretty close.
And Todd hits one to shallow left. It'll drop. 1 run is scored. Here comes Spilborn's tearing the plate. 2-run single for Helton. Here come the Rockies. Data proves 6-4 ball game.
Take him any way you can. A little soft serve into the outfield on a pretty good pitch. Helton likes it. 2 RBIs added for Todd Helton. Fastball down and away, a cutter at 82 miles an hour. And all he does is throw the bad head on it. Doesn't try to do too much with the pitch. It's softly hit out into the outfield, out of the reach of Scudero. And I tell you what, Spilborn's got a heck of a read on this baseball.
He really did. And Todd's reaction. 1 clap. Last night we got 2. And Jerry with a fist pump at his son. He's done that about 30,000 times since he was about 7 years old, huh? That's back when he was hitting 830 in Knoxville. 2 on, still nobody out. And here's Cargo. He tears up lefties. Cue shot, a lot of English on it. Beltre, back fly. Boy, that was weird. I don't know if he lost the grip. He didn't throw it very hard. He kind of lobbed it.
Well, when that ball's spinning like that, Drew, as an infielder, when you go to grab it, it kind of spins out of your grip. And that's what happened with Beltre. Couldn't have worked out any better for the Rockies.
An infield hit loads him up again.
That's exactly what happened on this baseball. You see it spinning all over the place, even when it hits the leather. Difficult to get the grip to it, and then he just never even made it. He got a soft sort of throw over to first base.
And Varitek probably going out there saying, hey, listen, you got a jello shot to left, and you got one that went 45 feet. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. That's all you can do. Ramirez, the right hitter, pitched well the other night against the Rockies in a one-run ball game. He's out getting loose for Boston.
Brad Hawk hit a bouncer over Beltre in the first inning with the bases loaded to give the Rockies an early 2-0 lead. Big swing from Brad. I'll tell you very quickly, Jim Tracy, one of the shrewdest managers in the game, and nothing escapes him. The reason he felt comfortable, Jeff Houston, with Helton, Gonzalez, Hopp, and Smith in succession, he knew they're two left-handers for Terry Francona, but they're not lefties that he felt he had to split up because they're not overwhelming. Yeah,
they're not the guys that are going to come out and throw 95 miles an hour. So he's sitting there going, you know what, guys, it's okay. I trust what you're going to be able to do at the plate because he's not going to overpower you. You're going to be able to put the ball in play, get a good swing at it. So he said, you know what, I'm good with the hitters that I'm going to put up there. I don't care, right, left, it doesn't matter.
Here's the 1-1. And Hop lifts it to left field. It's shallow. This is in a dangerous spot. Beltre made a great catch. No advancement. That's one out, and that'll bring up Seth Smith.
This is kind of the over the back or over the shoulder look, just run to the spot, and that's exactly what Beltre does. He put his head down and took off on the fly, and checked the runner. Nobody around third base on the Hyundai cam. You can see how he put his hand outside of the glove going away. The ball's going to spin back to him, so he put the bare hand over the glove and pinched it down. Joe Beimel getting ready for the Rockies in the bullpen.
6-4 ball game. And again, you harken back to that first inning. Rockies had the bases loaded. They scored 2. They loaded it again with nobody out and never scored again. They've scored 2. They've loaded it up again. Now there's 1 out.
Well, don't forget, they also had the bases loaded in the 4th inning.
They had one shot there. Yep. Carlos Gonzalez hit it hard, but right at David Ortiz. They've had more opportunities with the bases loaded tonight than I think they've had in the month of June. Take advantage. 2-0. Olivo's on deck. Another aside. Todd Helton is at second base with that 2-run single. His first multi-RBI ball game since May the 18th. Smitty is 1 for 1. A walk, and also was hit on the foot by a pitch. He's in the driver's seat here, 2-0.
He's got a little big with that swing.
Seth just 4 for 24 left on left this year. Not a ton of opportunities. Olivo, who's on deck, is hitting .311 against lefties. Two and two.
Yeah, that's one of the pitches he'll use, and he's not afraid to use it to either side, right or left-handed bats. That was at 82-mile-an-hour split on the Hyundai cam. You'll see the rotation out of this pitch to the inner half. It's all about head jerk and the arm speed and slot of the baseball. Smitty to chase it.
He really uses that head jerk, doesn't he, George? That can't show the way it was just buried down in the ground.
I mean, I'm going back on the guy that used to do that. It's very successful, Daryl Knowles. I mean, I'm going back 30-something years as a bullpen guy.
And this is popped up. Infield fly rule. 2 outs. And now it'll be left to Miguel Olivo.
Just looking in the dugout, seeing if Terry Francona is going to come and get him, or he's going to let the lefty pitch to him.
Right-handers have hit 308 against him. Drew mentioned that with a couple of home runs. Now, I don't know if Bard's even available after 2 innings last night.
Well, I was thinking they had Ramirez warming up earlier. Well, he's going to stick with him.
Maybe it feels like that 84 to 87 mile an hour fastball with some movement's better off than something a lot harder at 90-93 with a slider.
Off the plate, ball 1 on Olivo.
Just think the way Miguel sees the ball off left-handers in this ballpark, it's a distinct advantage for the Rockies right now.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. 2 runs are in.
It's almost like it balls on a parachute. When he throws that, the curveball to split finger, that head jerk and the arm speed, and it just right out front of home plate just dives.
And 12 opportunities with runners in scoring position in the 6th inning. The Rockies trail 6-4. 1-1. 2-1.
Be patient. Make sure you get a ball up into the zone. Chase the one down.
Fouled off, 2-2.
I'll tell you what, everything he throws is either going down or it's going left and right on the way to the plate. He doesn't throw anything straight.
More holds than anybody else in baseball since he arrived in 2007. Hideki Okajima. Here's the 2-2. And shot to Ortiz. Foot raise. Safe at first. What an effort by Miguel Olivo at 6-5. Late getting over was Okajima.
I just getting ready to say what a poor effort by their pitcher. Okajima didn't break off of the mound. I think he thought it was going to be a base hit. Now, you're right. Olivo just dug it straight up the line. He recognized that when he hit this baseball, watch, you're going to see he freezes. Then it's off to the races, and Okajima didn't even break hard enough. And Miguel realized it, and then he just outran him and dove on top of the bag to beat him by a good 1.5 feet.
Once again, you point out the extraordinary effort of Miguel Olivo keeping the inning alive, getting another run home. 6-5 Colorado, and now Stewart with the bases loaded against Okajima.
And this dugout just erupted with that play from Miguel Olivo. Recognizing that hustle, as you mentioned, Drew, but the dugout jumped up and down.
Could it have that same magic it had last night with arguably the best pitcher in baseball gave up 6. You feel like you're not going to win a game. With Rocky on the mound, you win with Giambi's heroic home run. And then the second best pitcher, ERA-wise, in the month of June, 0.31 coming into the game. Gives up 4, and here you are, 6-5 in the game again.
I know what the big man's thinking. He may have another opportunity tonight. One of those big at-bats. Here's the 0-1. Fouled off, 0-2. Let's watch the reaction from the dugout and the crowd.
Rockies 4 for 10 with the bases loaded tonight. We mentioned this early, an average under 200 coming into this ball game with the bases loaded.
Miguel Oliva, he's a winner, pure and simple. Good job by Stewart. Tell you what, that's a little too good, Huey, wasn't it? 0-2?
Yes, it was. 87-mile-an-hour fastball, and Ian had a good cut on it. You know what? You have a good cut when that ball goes straight back. That's always the sign that the guy was right on it. And we'll get a shot from the Hyundai cam. Ian's head goes down, had to pull his hands in just a little bit, and that kept him from getting that barrel extended all the way.
2-strike count, bases loaded. And this is pushed to center field. 2 runs to score. Rockies will take the lead. Ian Stewart coming through. The Rockies have hit Okajima with a fly swatter in the inning, but they lead it 7-6. And they've now hit around.
Hard curveball. He did kind of what Todd Helton did. He just went down on the Hyundai game. Look at this. This goes down and he straight got this ball out into center field. And with 2 outs, everybody's moving. So you end up first and third. And Stewart picks up a couple more RBIs now. That's 33 on the season for Ian Stewart.
And Jeff, what did we talk about? What did Jim Tracy, more importantly than us, talk about so frequently in spring training and early in the season, especially with guys like Stewart? 2-strike approach.
Yeah, cut down your swing a little bit. Doesn't have to be a home run swing every time. We just saw a prime example right there from Ian. A little dump shot into center field.
Rockies with 5 in the 6th, lead at 7-6. Been rewarded. Home run to tie the game in the 9th last night, and a 2-run go-ahead single here in the bottom of the 6th. Barmes against Ramon Ramirez. Miguel Oliva at third. Ian Stewart at first.
You kind of forget that Glenn Barmes started this whole inning off by fighting off a pitch and dumping it into left field.
Well, that will not be lost on Jim Tracy. I can assure you of that. Barmes. Chance to give the Rockies a 2-run advantage. 5 runs, 6 hits this inning. Fouled off. And I know what Terry Francona's thinking. He's saying, have they hit a ball hard in the inning?
Well, they really haven't hit the ball hard, but these guys haven't thrown a lot of strikes. There's been a lot of 2-0 counts, too. Now, that hit that Stewart just got was on a 1-2 count. Soft serve. Helton soft serve.
They all count. That's the bottom line. 2-strike count on Barmes. Ramirez features a very good slider. Varitek, who is holding the glove, that's a fastball location. If you make a mistake, even ahead in the count on the inner half, hard to Clint Barmes. He can turn on it in a New York minute. Here's a 2-strike pitch. And a line drive right center field. Olivo scores. Stewart will go first to third. Clint Barmes 2 for 2 in the inning. 8-6 Colorado. We've been talking about needing a crooked number in an inning phrase. There it is.
It finally happened for the Rockies. They had a lot of brooms here and things looked dismal. 6-2 prior to this inning. But the Rockies have thrown up a big number on the Boston bullpen. And remember, one of those keys was going to be the battle of the bullpens. It turned out that way, and right now the Rockies bullpen's winning this battle pretty dramatically. Out into right field, a line drive. McDonald's going to hold it, and Stewart at third base, first and third. How many times does a pinch hitter hit twice in an inning? Spielberg second at bat in the inning.
And he fought off a hard fastball from Manny Del Carmen for a single to right. He'll take strike one.
But it all goes back to just cutting down your swing with 2 strikes and trying to put the ball in play.
And a line shot that almost took the glove off Scudero. Well, I suppose that's a fitting end to the inning. 50,000 stand and applaud. Not look back too far. 6th inning. Okajima on the hill. Todd Helton loops a single. That scores 2 runs. It got the Rockies to within 2. Miguel Olivo, maybe the play of the game so far, beating out an infield hit. Head first slide. Herrera comes home 6-5. And then Ian Stewart behind in the count. Pokes a single to center. Driving home 2. 7-6 Colorado. And Clint Barmes behind him would single to right center on an 0-2 pitch to drive in a run. And then maybe the hardest hit ball of the whole inning. That's the one that's caught off the bat of Spielberg.
Yeah, how about that line drive at shortstop? They'll turn it over to Joe Beimel.
Yep, that look back again brought to you by Cooney Lexus, where luxury has an address. Joe Beimel on here in the 7th inning. Daniel Nava will lead things off, a switch hitter, and then Dustin Pedroia and David Ortiz.
32nd game for him to appear, and he's been outstanding. 0.76 earned run average on the season.
And this isn't one of those situational roles for Beimel. This is handled the 7th inning. And I'll tell you, the way Jim Tracy, Jeff Houston's thinking right now. He's thinking Beimel in the 7th, Betancourt in the 8th, and Houston Street again in the 9th.
Yep, because that question was posed to Jim Tracy today before the game. And could we see Houston Street in a closer's role? He said absolutely.
2-0 on Nava. He's 0 for 3 tonight.
They're hitting right-handed. Nava just 250.
It appears Manuel Corpus starting to get loose down in the bullpen for the Rockies here in the 7th inning.
And George, wouldn't you agree that's a parachute for Beimel this inning? The 8th inning obviously will be better.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, that's what it's for. I mean, it's just to work out of this inning if Joe happens to get into trouble and he doesn't like the left-right matchup.
Just missed. 3-1. And in this situation, if Matt Belisle had not pitched Tuesday and Wednesday, you may be seeing Belisle here in the inning with Beimel ready perhaps to face an Ortiz.
And don't you think for a minute that this Red Sox team's ready to get on the airplane and head to San Francisco. They're going to grind all the way through this game.
And that's what they do. That's why they've been in the postseason 5 straight years. World champs, of course, in 07. I mean, that was a shot to the jaw they took in the bottom of the 6th, giving up 6. But when they got to the dugout, I'm sure they looked up and said, all right, hey, it's just a 2-run game.
Well, it just comes from their skipper, Terry Francona. He's always a glass half full kind of guy.
Pedroia tonight, it's been a pain in the neck. A double, a home run, and a walk. 2 runs scored. He takes strike 1. Dustin Pedroia, who grew up a San Francisco Giant fan, grew up north of Sacramento in a small town. Made it big at Arizona State, especially considering he's about 5'8" and a half and 160 pounds. American League MVP a couple of years ago. His home run against Hamill in the 4th.
It doesn't matter how big you are when you can generate that kind of bat speed and that drive and hit it that far.
One ball and 1 strike on Pedroia.
Pedroia really jumps towards the pitcher. He stands kind of tall and just really kind of uncoils it all when he goes to swing.
Yeah, I think that's cheating on the fastball. You know, I just think he tries to get everything going so quick and he doesn't want to get beat with the fastball. He keeps his hands back and adjusts to the breaking ball. By the way, look at this number, very surprising. His day average is 381, night average 252. It's a big spread difference. I mean, 129-point difference in the 2 averages. You normally don't see something out as good a hitter as he is.
He needs to play in Chicago then.
Yeah.
I don't think
no, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think the Red Sox nation, or more importantly, Theo Epstein. A balk was just called on Beimel.
Wait a minute.
He's being set back because time was called. Tom Hallion sending him back. Ed Ramanawano was pointing one way and Tom Hallion was pointing the other direction.
That's because Lance Barksdale, the home plate umpire, there was time that was called there. That's why Tom Hallion was able to see that.
Well, let's get a pretty good look at it right now. There's time called there. And then, you know, but again, that's pretty good focus. Everybody has focus everywhere. You know what I mean? I mean, Tom Hallion's looking at home plate area. He's looking, and Eddie Rapuano's doing his job. He's focused on his pitcher. That's what he should be doing.
And that's a base hit for Pedroia. And now 2 are on, nobody out for Ortiz. The Red Sox with their 10th hit of the night. They've now produced at least 10 hits in a game, 10 of the last 13 ball games. They're hitting above 320 over their last 13 games, and they're averaging 6.5 runs a ball game. Ortiz is 1 for 3 tonight. They can get a ground ball here. Obviously, the big man does not run well. You would assume that this will be all for Beimel with Beltre on deck. Beimel's held righties below 200 just like lefties, but Corpus has held righties to a 174 average. And that's a real late swing there. 2-strike count on Ortiz. There's Manuel.
I just think as well as Joe Beimel's been throwing this year, he gets Ortiz here. He's going to give him the opportunity to try to get Beltre.
I think part of it, Jeff, wouldn't you agree, depends on if he gets a double play ball here or if he just gets one out.
Possibly.
And this will be a tough turn. Herrera and Ortiz got up the line, first and third. Nice job by Johnny to get the force at second. So it's first and third. Beltre coming up. Let's see how Jim Tracy plays it.
It's going to be a very difficult turn because you're shaded so far over into the hole, but he gets rid of it in a hurry and a perfect strike to Barmes, and Barmes goes airborne and makes a good throw over to Todd Helton. Well, he's going to go down to the bullpen. That's the way he's going to handle it. It appears that way. And here he comes.
So Corpus will come aboard to face Beltre. 8-6 Rockies, 1 out in the 7th. At first and third, and Adrian Beltre, who's walked, doubled, and hit a 2-run bomb, up to face Manuel Corpus. When he's on, he produces, George, a lot of ground balls.
Going to have one right here, too. This is an opportunity to do it. Not a lot of speed at first base.
Swung on and missed.
Fastball at 92. A lot of times looking at the slider. Here it is in the 5th inning. Beltre got a fastball from Frankie Morales. Got it up into the zone a little bit, and he sent it about 20 rows up.
Tell you what, Huey, you're about 40 feet from Big Poppy. He's got a little league lead.
Yeah, 2 steps off the bag, if that much. But that's where it's nice, though, because as a middle infielder, you're sitting there going, okay, I got this big guy. I don't even have to worry about him sliding into second base trying to beat me up because he's not even going to get there. So now it allows me to be a little bit more relaxed, not be so quick to get that feed off to second base.
0-2. Good job by Miguel Olivo, because that, you know what, he's spread out there so far that he really can't go and block that. He's got to reach across if that did hit the dirt.
Boy, this is tough, man, on the Hyundai Cam. Wow.
That's where you have to make sure those hamstrings are stretched pretty good.
Imagine they are after that sprint to first
Yeah.
base. 1-2 on Beltre. Wow. I'll tell you what, Adrian, just looking at him, and Jeff and George, we've seen him so many times through the years. He's become more disciplined.
Well, more disciplined, but I think his body has changed a lot, too. I mean, it really has, for me.
An experience, though. After so many years in the league, you start to learn some old tricks.
2-2 chop foul.
I tell you, you're trying to take a little bit of the familiarity out of it because he had never faced. Let me turn this back again. I think I'm right on this. He'd never faced Corpus before. He has not.
Well, by the time Manuel arrived in the big leagues, he was already up in Seattle. Two, and that's fouled off. Beltre has struck out 46 times in almost 275 at bats. For a guy with pop, that's pretty good, Jeff.
It is, because he's spread out more.
And punch to the right side, base hit. It's a one-run game. Johnny Herrera was pushed up the middle, and Beltre just covering the outside part of the plate, serves one to right field. It's a one-run ball game.
It's just a nice job of hitting. It's just what Jeff's talking about. He's spread out a little bit more, using that upper body strength, taking doubles versus home runs. And the whole thing is drive-in runs when he's done that.
That's why he's hitting above 340. Bigly, the Home Depot doing more on defense. Jason Veritek, robbed of a hit by Ian Stewart. Veritek up now. Switch hitter into the left side again. Hitting 250 lefty. Much better from the right side this year and limited at bats. I can guarantee you one thing, looking around, nobody's going to leave tonight early. What a series. 2-1 on Tuesday.
It's like two big prize fighters going at it punch for punch.
Yep. 8-6, bottom of the ninth heroics last night. And this one goes through Olivo, and everybody moves up. That's not good. Now the double play no longer a possibility.
And again, now you got to look to see where this ball is. He tried to reach for it, missed target. He just whiffed on it. That ball wasn't in the dirt. He just totally whiffed on it. Hit it off the edge of the catcher's mitt, Jeff.
Yeah, just a straight pass ball. Well, then Manuel's going to have to pick Miguel up.
Veritek is 0 for 3. Has struck out tonight. Struck out this year about a third of his at-bats. It was not a huge strikeout pitcher, though. 2-2.
You know how silly he looked on a hard slider earlier in the game, talking about Veritek? Or do you go back to that, or do you challenge him with the fastball? I mean, with runners on second and third, you know, a little different way to approach than first and second, because then you're looking for a sinker and a ground ball.
He looks tardy, doesn't he,
That's what
Jeff?
I was thinking. I wouldn't speed up his bat. I'd go fastball up a little bit and away from him.
He went heater, and it's well hit to right. Hop on the move. Well get there. This is going to put Boston back in front. May have been a slider that just hung.
Just what Jeff had talked about, you know, don't speed his bat up. That's exactly what happened, trying to go backdoor slider, and it cut to the middle of the plate. Watch where this pitch is. See, that ball just rode right back to the middle of the plate, thigh high at 82 miles an hour. Veritek able to get the head out, get a little quickness to it, and pull it down into the corner.
This is like that 5-setter at Wimbledon. Boston's taking the momentum back from the Rockies. They're up 9-8. Cameron at the plate with Veritek at second. Just all night, Veritek either wasn't picking it up or the ball was being thrown by him. First by Jason Hamill, and then earlier in that bat by Corpus. A dozen hits for the Red Sox, a dozen hits for the Rockies. This ball game circa 1997. 9-8 in the seventh. And I don't think Terry Francona thinks 9's going to win it.
No, I don't either. You know, one of the keys to this ball game is Loto Magic and Battle of the Bullpens. It has been a battle.
We've seen some magic. And we've seen the bullpens, and they've been battling. Here's the 1-2 with one out. And Cameron pulls it foul. Scott Atchison, second time he's been up. That tells us everything we need to know, I think, about Daniel Bard.
Exactly.
That's okay, because that guy's perfect.
Or unless, Jeff, they're thinking maybe just 8th inning. That's the only other thing they could be thinking about, is limited to 1 inning, not 2. Or maybe saving Bard for the 9th. He didn't want to run Papelbon back out there again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it could be a lot of things.
Well, really, I mean, your choices are pretty limited, because you just have Richardson on the left side, and then, as you mentioned, Atchison, Bard, and Papelbon.
Well, that's part of the problem. You see, Atchison Ramirez is in the ball game, so you have Richardson left, Del Carmen's out, Okajima's in, Bard setup man, and Papelbon.
1-2 again, and this is popped up and playable. Stewart.
Heads up.
Nice play by Stewart. He almost overran that. 2 outs.
The right call by Ian Stewart. Call that catcher off. Make the play. It's a much easier play for you than it is a guy that has all that gear on trying to backpedal a little bit. That ball came back, and he had to catch it down by his hip.
By the way, Bard with 36 ball games, that's tied for first in the American League. Well, if you have that type of arm sitting out in the bullpen, I can understand wanting to use it a little bit. I just remember the one year that Jose Mason was so good for the Rockies in the first half. Quite honestly, Clinton used him 54 times, Hurdle did, and he wasn't ready to go to the second half. He's just pretty much season over.
Darnell McDonald swings through that offering. It's 0-1. Second at bat for McDonald since coming into the ballgame last inning in right field for Josh Reddick.
He did a decent job last year for Cincinnati in that late inning role when he came to the big leagues. Here he is again, with runners in scoring position and a couple outs. He's held his head high, 300 average.
Veritek at second. 9-8 Boston. 13 years in the minor leagues for Darnell McDonald, including some time in independent ball. Born in Fort Collins, raised in the Inglewood area. Of course, a huge star for the Cherry Creek Bruins. Here's the 0-2. 1-2. Two and two. Think of how you feel on your couch at home right now, and now try to walk in the shoes of Jim Tracy. Living and dying on every pitch for 162 of these. Two. Again, the pitch is missed away. Now it's 3-2.
I'll tell you what kind of game this is. As you work here in the top half of the seventh and 2 outs, you've seen over 308 pitches in this ball. Tells you how many balls have been thrown, how many 3-0, 2-0, 2-1 counts have been in this game. 2 minutes.
A long time ago, a couple of fellas by the name of Jason Hamill and Daisuke Matsuzaka started it. 3-2, and Corpus loses it. Ramon Ramirez started walking to the plate. Terry Francona is calling him back naturally.
Looks like Victor Martinez.
Victor Martinez. We don't know if Kevin Youkilis is available, to be honest. He's had, again, a tingling sensation after being hit in the LA series in the arm. He played in the first ball game and swung the bat. Didn't play last night. Was scheduled to play tonight. He's not in there.
Well, the other night, what Terry Francona did, he pinch hit Ortiz, Veritek put him behind the plate, Martinez at first. They could very well do that in the bottom of the seventh, the last 3 innings, and have the switch hitting Martinez play first, so you don't lose your backup catcher. Looking at the Rockies bullpen right now, Bilal, Betancourt, Street, and Flores. But more than likely, it's just Betancourt, Street, and Flores, because they'd like to stay away from Bilal with the number of nights he's pitched. One thing, it was interesting today talking to Jim Tracy before the ball game. When he said in his office, he says, it's June 24th. Let me repeat that, June 24th. He goes, I'm not going to blow up an arm. I'm not going to sit here and worry about, whether, and he said when Houston Street goes out to pitch that 9th inning, if he does tonight in a safe situation and he blows it, it's not September the 18th and the season's over. It's June 24th. I think that part of that easiness goes back into with his ball club a little bit to help them relax a little bit more.
Now this is a tough out. Victor Martinez. 2 on. 2 outs. Johnny Herrera will get Martinez. In the inning, 3 runs for the Red Sox, and they're back on top 9-8. It has been everything you could have asked for. fill up a lot of pages trying to describe this one so far. Scott Atchison is the new pitcher for the Red Sox. Atchison this year has allowed righties to hit .206 against him, lefties .250. He made an emergency start on June 12th after Matsuzaka was scratched. He's been up and down this year between the Red Sox and Pawtucket.
Well, he signed by the Mariners originally, battled all the way up through their system. 04 got to the big leagues, back down again 05 big leagues, and then it's been a bounce around. The last 2 years he's been in Japan in 08 and 09. Graduated from TCU. So as a senior sign by Seattle.
They're doing pretty well in Omaha right now.
Still hanging in there.
Atchison, a 4-pitch mid, he'll work fast. He likes to attack the strike zone. Sets a pretty good tempo with all 4 pitches.
How about Johnny Herrera? I mean, how about Johnny Herrera? Tying run on, 3 hits and a walk tonight. He's been on base 4 times. Is that what you're supposed to do up top?
That's exactly what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be the table setter. Now Johnny just chokes up on the bat a little bit, spraying the ball around, ball away from up. Does exactly what you want to do. Not much of a load, just takes those hands right through the zone.
The best, you're exactly right. You watch him swing the bat, everything stays quiet. You don't see a lot of movement. He's not a home run hitter. He knows he's not a home run hitter. He knows he's not a doubles hitter. I'm a singles guy that just sets the table. I'm not going to try to do anything but that.
Here's Helton. I mean, George, how important, not just in the game of baseball, in life, know who you are, right?
Absolutely. And I mean, this kid's getting a second chance because he busted his butt in the minor leagues to get back here again, to be quite honest.
Outside on Todd, ball 1. Of course, Johnny Herrera, winner of the Abby Greer Award during spring training. Rockies MVP. Give that to a guy who plays in a lot of games and does well and makes a lot of bus rides. Michael Polk shared that honor with him. Todd was thinking about a 2-run homer there, 1-1. If Helton hits the ball out at this stage of his career, it's on the pull side.
And that's what he was trying to do on that last swing, Drew. Go ahead. You got an opportunity. You're ahead in the count 1-0. Take one shot at it.
Two balls and a strike. Todd with a 2-run single last inning. Again, his first multi-RBI ball game in more than a month. Carlos Gonzalez on deck.
Right now, Jonathan has a perfect lead at first base, just far enough where he can dive and get back there fine, but there's a ball in the hole. He might have a chance to beat it out at second base.
Fouled off 2-2. Atchison will throw that slider about as frequently as he throws the heater.
He's been around a long time. His fastball's backed up now. He was a hard thrower coming out of TCU. He's 34 years old. So you just now's when you kind of, not that soft tossing left-hander, but you're the trick artist right-hander.
With that slider, if you're Jonathan, anticipate a ball in the dirt right now in a 2-2 count.
Fastball again, that one at 92 miles an hour. Veritek's had just one pass ball. They've only had 3 between the 2 catchers.
Nobody out, 2-2 on Helton. Johnny Herrera, a leadoff single, 9-8 Boston. And now it's full. Todd walked in the first, walked in the fourth, 2-run single in the 6th. 1 for 2. There's Gonzalez.
All right, I'm going to start Jonathan. Go ahead and put him in motion.
Stay out of the double play.
Yep.
Veritek just throwing out his 4th base runner tonight. Got at 18.
There he goes. Todd wastes it. That's a great example. His dad Jerry taught him this. Let the ball travel, go the other way. See how deep that ball got before Todd made a decision? Huey?
Yeah, and the other thing he's got going for him too. I know Beltre scooted over into that hole a little bit, but you got the look on who was going to cover, and that was going to be this shortstop Scudero. He might take a shot at that hole over there too.
Herrera off again, and once again, Hilton fouls off a pitch.
It's interesting, and all 3 of us have boys that play the game. And, it's kind of interesting because Todd's dad yelled something out of the stands. We don't know what he yelled. He was able to fight this off. None of us do. But whatever he yelled, he knows what he meant. Because it's something he's heard over and over again. And this is something, it could be encouragement, it could be whatever. But when it clicks in a young player's mind, and Todd's, he's been around a long time, but that familiar voice coming out of the stands still tells you things.
And Herrera out at second.
Well, you got to send him. You want to stay out of a double play ball if it's put in play. Helton got a nasty slider he swung and missed on. And then Veritek just stepped around Helton after this hard slider down underneath the bat. He steps around the long swing and it throws, looks like almost behind Helton's helmet. Johnny thrown out for the 2nd time according to the umpires. We'll just say once.
That time he was out. And sinker's down low on Carlos Gonzalez. Fargo 1 for 3 and a walk. 2 outs in the 7th. Go ahead and hit one in the upper deck. Tie this thing up.
You calling it, Drew? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I'd like to see it. 1 and 2. Two balls, 2 strikes on Gonzalez. Brad hops on deck. And a foul tip held by Veritek. Atchison ends up striking out 2 in the inning. 9-8 Boston. We move to the 8th. top of inning number 8. And the Rockies on to their 5th pitcher of the night, Rafael Betancourt. Let's take a look at our Breaks Plus poll of the ball game. Should baseball teams have captains? 42% say yes, 58% say no. And I think the people saying no, hopefully, I don't want to speak for all of them, but basically what we said earlier is that if there is somebody that you feel deserves the C, put a C on his jersey.
Well, the other thing, too, is you really don't need it as much as you do, say, hockey or basketball, where those are the only guys that can talk to the officials. Here, right. Anybody can.
Yeah. That's a good point as well. 48,582. 3rd consecutive sellout. And Marco Scutaro hits the first pitch to Barnes. 1 out.
I see the numbers on Rafael Betancourt, his 30th appearance, 1-1 record overall. A little bit of a high earned run average when he hit that tough spot in the road, and it's difficult on a reliever to get his earned run average back down after you've been hit around a little bit. 30 punch outs in 24 innings. The key is you're going to hit the baseball or you're going to miss it. He's not going to walk people, only 5.
Daniel Nava, 1 for 4, so he's now reached in all 11 of his big league ball games. Right there, 2-strike count. Joe Baumel went 1/3 of an inning. He gives up 2 runs on 2 hits. And a few times he's been touched for runs this year.
0.76 earned run average coming into that outing.
Corpus goes 2/3 of an inning, gives up a run on 2 hits, walked a batter. 0-2 on Nava. Late snap on that slider, was out of the zone though.
You can play discipline for Nava.
Yeah, I agree.
You're just watching him in these 3 ball games. Just don't see him firing at a lot of pitches way out of the zone. Now he might strike out, he might ground out, whatever it is, but not wildly swinging. Just after that.
And you know what? He may end up at first. Yeah, he will. That was so nasty, and I think it kicked off the shin guard of Oliva. Strikeout and a wild pitch from Nava at first.
Hard slider that just bites way out in front of home plate. When it did, it just hit off the heel, rolled up. Tough pitch to try to block, take off the chest. It was about a 55-foot. He did swing at it, and it's off to the races. He's going to be able to make it first pretty easy.
Two MVPs offensively tonight for Boston. This man, Dustin Pedroia, and Adrian Beltre, who's 2 doors down. Pedroia, double, home run, single, also a walk tonight.
1 for 7 prior to that in the series.
Well, I have the utmost respect for him, but you know, he stands at the plate and he looks like a 3-hole hitter on a Babe Ruth team. He has hit everywhere he's been. He hit .450 over 3 years in high school. He went to Arizona State, and after struggling initially, he hit .347, .404, and .393. And he became just the 4th player in Arizona State history to be named first team All Pac-10 3 times. And he crushed this. Get fouled. With the two-run home run for Pedroia, his second home run of the night. 11-8 Boston. And you get a glimpse as to why he was the MVP of the American League a couple of years ago.
Yeah, there's no question about it. First base hit in his career against Betancourt. They had a few matchups over in Cleveland. 0 for 3 coming into this. That ball just hugged the foul pole and went up the tunnel.
Strong dude, a lot of bat speed. David Ortiz. Hard to Helton, and Todd's got it. Second career multi-homer game for Pedroia. He had one last year in September against Baltimore. Got 11 home runs now. He's driven in 3 tonight. His RBI total at 39. Adrian Beltre, he's got 3 RBIs tonight. He's a triple shy of the cycle. A walk, a double, a 2-run homer, and an RBI single in the 7th.
How about that 51 RBIs for Beltre?
On the ground to short. Vargas, nice pickup. 2 more for Boston in the inning. The Rockies with 6 outs to work with. Trailing 11-8. Brad Hopp will lead it off. Where you can make the world your workplace. Boston fell behind to the Rockies 2-0, but then they got 4 in the 4th off Jason Hamill. Hamill went just 4 innings. They added 2 more in the 5th against Franklin Morales. Then the Rockies erupted for 6 in the 6th to take an 8-6 lead. It didn't last long, though. Boston has scored 5 in the last 2 at-bats. Atchison's second inning of work, and Brad Hopp fouls that pitch back. Kevin Youkilis is in there for Big Papi at first. One and one on Brad. 2-run single in the first. 1 for 4 tonight. Seth Smith on deck. Rockies have Giambi on the left side, Mora and Iannetta, and that's an easy play for Beltre. 1 out. This ball game is 3 hours and 41 minutes old. It's the longest 9-inning game for the Rockies this year. There's Randy Flores.
When you have 26 hits, 19 runs, couple errors.
Yeah, somewhere Joe West is saying, hey, pick up the pace, Boston.
Well, it's 339 pitches into it, too.
Yeah.
Into the game. That is not the record at Coors Field. I think the record one time was over 400 or something.
Only other game going on right now. Dodgers leading in Anaheim 6-4 on the Angels. Here's the 1-1 to Smith, and it's 1-2. Since we've gone in that direction, the longest 9-inning game ever at Coors Field featured the other team Joe West complained about, the Yankees. 4 hours, 9 minutes. Last time the Yankees were here. That was 07. Excuse me, you know what? That was in the Bronx. That's the Red Sox longest game. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble interpreting this note here. The Red Sox longest game. 409. That's the one Joe West was complaining about. Here's the 2-2, fouled off. And if you're Rocky skipper Jim Tracy, you want to play the Giambi card, but you want it to be in a situation where it's a difference maker. Now that the Rockies are down 3, things change.
Yeah, he'd be more inclined to go with Melvin Mora. But still, you're only a couple blue pits away from one blast, and still tying it up the way the offense came alive in the 6th inning.
The Rockies bullpen has been so good this year. And George, as you're fond of saying, if you're going to be called on 60, 65, 70 times in a season, you're going to have 10, 12, 15 that don't go the way you want. This ball's ripped to right center field. Seth Smith will have a double with 1 out. Second hit of the night for Smith.
Take a look at this swing again of Seth Smith. Fastball that just stayed to the middle of the plate and turned on it again. And oh, by the way, what inning is it? It is after the 7th. His batting average around 300, 400, 380 to 400 after the 7th inning.
I love that shot with the Hyundai cam. The way it's shot, Shaw's eyes tracking the baseball. Right down to the barrel of the bat.
I think John Farrell's going out to talk a little bit with Atchison, saying, all right, look. All right, this guy really, really likes the ball middle half inning. If you go heater, you go away, and then you go with your hard slider. And do not give him anything on the inner half of the plate because he's going to burn you with it if you do. Now, when you do say that as a pitching coach to any pitcher, you know, you should turn that into a positive to the kid. Or I should say this guy's been around a while. He's 34. And say, you know what? They can't hit your slider. Go with it.
Olivo's faced him one time. Guess what he did? See ya. You're right. Miguel knows that, and Scott Atchison knows that. Here's the 1-1. That's there, 1-2. Rockies began the day in tie with the Dodgers for third place in the NL West, 4 behind the Padres. Padres lost earlier in Tampa, 5-3.
There's not a guy in that dugout that just got to look at. Doesn't think they can win this ball game.
This is going to be an out. Lucas and Felder, 2 outs, and that'll bring up Stewart.
I'll tell you what, Euclid threw that ball back, and I watched him in infield. He's got that big, heavy band on his right arm. And what that does, he filed it away. And I know it's a 3-run ball game, but don't look for him to be out on any cutoffs. I can tell you that. Gingerly throwing the ball around.
Might affect the way they play coming up against San Francisco, because he was supposed to slide over and play some third.
Inside, ball 1 on Stewart. Rockies tonight have had plenty of opportunities, and after all, they have 8 runs. Usually 8 runs going to win you the ball game. 6 for 17 runners in scoring position. 2-0. Smith is at second, a 1-out double. They're 2 gone now. Boston up 11-8. Barnes is next.
Just trying to look down in the dugout, see if maybe Jason Giambi might be lurking in the background.
He may play that card right
now,
here,
yeah.
If Stewart reaches. And he just did. And Barnes has been called back. The big man will be emerging, and you're going to hear it from the crowd. He's been in that tunnel, swinging the bat. Here comes the Gladiator. We talked about it a moment ago. Jim Tracy wants to find a meaningful moment to use Giambi. And down 3 runs, it was going to be hard to do, but the Rockies got 2 runners on. Here's what he did last night in the 9th inning. Papelbon on the splitter. And Giambi hit it in the second deck.
Second time he's beat Papelbon. This with the home run, obviously, but there was a single prior to that. There was a walk-off win for Giambi. Bard had been warming up in the bullpen. A hard thrower leads the American League in appearances and velocity of a fastball at over 100.
in the 8th. Giambi to hit for Clint Barnes. Daniel Bard, former #1 pick of the Red Sox out of the University of North Carolina, will be asked to get him for Terry Francona.
12 walks, 38 innings, 213 earned run average. Giambi 0 for 1 in his career versus Bard. Look Heat, you're going to get it if he's right.
And Giambi fouls off a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. This guy rolls out of bed, hitting 95.
Well, he warms up at 88.
Well, there's had a tough time finding people to play catch with him. 3 home runs for Giambi. One of those is a pinch hitter. The big one last night. Trying to do it again here at Coors Field.
Melvin Morris stepped in the on-deck circle in the pitcher's spot. Smith at second, Stewart at first. 1-1. Giambi so jacked up after the ball game last night. The entire clubhouse abuzz. This is why you play the game. And for a guy like Giambi, you live for these moments. No longer a starter. This is his role. 2-1.
Yeah, people forget too that Giambi, tremendous eye at the plate. Terry Francona recognizes that from all the years managing against him both in New York and with the Oakland Athletics. He's going to make you throw strikes.
The 2-1. Ripped to left center field. This will get a run home. Stewart, as it's bobbled in the outfield. And Giambi gets to second. Stewart stopped at third. I thought for a moment that he may get the green light from Richie Dower. Once again, the Giambino coming through.
3 for 15 as a pinch hitter, but none bigger than what he's got going on right now, the way he's swinging it. Aaron Cook will come on for Giambi and run the bases for him.
He's going to get to swing the bat a lot over the next few days in Anaheim. Giambi hearing it from the crowd. As George told you, Cook will go run for him. Aaron Cook now representing the tying run.
Slashed this fastball at 98 miles an hour, into left center field. When Cameron came over, he bobbled the baseball, and about that time, Stewart was about halfway. Richie Dower just shut him down.
Mora at the plate. He takes ball 1. I'll tell you what, Varitek reached out. That almost went to the backstop, Jeff. Here's Stewart, by the way.
Yeah, and this is a wise move by Richie Dower. Okay, you're down by 2 runs. Make sure you don't make that third out at home plate. But you're right, that last pitch from Bard to Varitek, he had to reach all the way back across his body to keep it from going to the backstop.
Melvin Mora, professional hitter. Here's the 1-0. And another reach across the shin guard. 2-0.
And yeah, back-to-back guys are professional hitters. Giambi realizing, you know what, they're not going to let him beat him inside. Looks for the pitch away, drives it that way. Now Melvin Moore going up there, not going to expand the strike zone. If they pitch him away, he'll hit a line drive to right field.
Yeah, he'll go foul line to foul line. Got a pitch there, and he was on it. Motored across at 98. Another professional in every sense of the word. Now he takes care of himself. He doesn't give away at bats.
Wow. You just try to set yourself up, and Jeff, you would be able to probably comment on this a little better. He sets you up thinking you're going to catch a good heater, and then all of a sudden you get one of these.
Well, and the difference in speed down to 83 miles an hour with some bite on it at the end. Well, you can't cover both. You gotta sit one or the other. So you gotta sit that 98 to 99, 100 mile an hour fastball.
And if you sit soft, you're not going to catch up to 100.
This is not going to happen.
2-2, 2 in scoring position. Fouled off. Aaron Cook, the runner at second, a good athlete. Getting a very good secondary lead, particularly with 2 outs. And the middle infield guys are each 30, 35 feet away. So
you're going to set yourself defensively so you can really widen out that lead, man, because they're not going anywhere to try to have a pickoff right now.
And that's a good thing for Aaron, because as soon as he starts to see motion of the bat, he can go ahead and get that secondary.
Bard strikes out more. The Rockies inch closer. Jason Giambi makes it an 11-9 ball game. By Comcast Digital Home Phone Service. Warm up to unlimited local and long distance. Call 1-800-COMCAST. By Geico, 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Big Brothers, Big Sisters. Be big and donate your car. You get a free tow and tax break, and you'll help change a kid's life. By Colorado Hyundai. Get more style, more MPG, and more value at your Colorado Hyundai dealers today. And by Burger King, home of the Whopper. What a night at Coors Field. The Rockies in the 9th inning trail the Red Sox by 2. What's to come? We know this much. When it's a final, Tom Helmer has the postgame report. Tommy?
I'll tell you, Drew, it's been a real Sea-Sox game. Back and forth, both teams with the lead. We'll see how this one ends. But Dustin has spelled doom for this game so far for the Boston Red Sox. We'll see if the Rockies can rally back. We'll break down all the performances, plus have an on-field interview as we wrap things up in this series. Drew?
All right, Tom, some changes to tell you about. Johnny Herrera with Clint Barmes removed for Giambi's pinch hitting role is now at shortstop. Melvin Mora goes to second base. And Randy Flores is on the hill.
Well, left-hander comes into this ball game trying to keep things right where they are. 11-9 score as it is, with Randy Flores out on the hill. Randy has been in this type of role all year long, kind of a 5th, 6th inning type role. And then at times when things get carried away, 29th appearance for him, 3.00 earned run average.
And that pitch high to Veritek, ball 1. Rafael Betancourt gave up 2 runs on 1 hit in the 8th inning. Gave up the 2-run home run to Pedroia, his 2nd home run of the night for Dustin Pedroia. This ball game is now 4 hours old. Popped up middle of the diamond. And Melvin Mora makes the catch.
Randy Flores pitching about every 4th day. His last outing came on the 19th, the 3rd of an inning, threw 4 pitches. He did a great job in Minnesota on the 15th. A couple innings, 1 hit, 25 pitches over those 2 innings, and then the one before that, Houston.
This is the 6th 4-hour plus 9-inning game in Rockies history. All at Coors Field. Cameron takes a strike, the longest 9-inning game ever. 1996. The Rockies beat the Dodgers 16-15. Right around this time of year. It's June the 30th. 4:20.
Wasn't that July 4th game a few years back? How long did that one take?
When the Rockies came back against the Marlins. Papelbon getting ready for the 9th inning. That was a minute shy of 4 hours.
Okay.
Two-one to Cameron. Long run for Brad Hawk.
It's pretty close to the same area that Josh Reddick went into the wall over there and had to come out of the ball game.
Brad knows his park, I guess.
Yes, he knows it a lot better.
Yeah, just a little better than Reddick. 2-2 on Cameron. 1 for 4 for Mike, a double, and that's fouled off. A double played at 2 runs. One of the bigger at bats in the early stages of this game. Jeff, you got to put chapters on this game, right?
Yeah, I think I dissected into thirds really. The first 3 innings, the middle 3 innings, and then the last 3.
Too bad though we couldn't stop after the first 3.
Right.
Actually, you know what? In each third, the Rockies were leading. This is fouled off. Rockies led 2-0 after the first third of the ball game. Second third, they led 8-6.
That's what I'm saying. We're not done with the last third yet. As crazy as this game's been so far, you never know what's going to happen. You got to stick around.
I'm not leaving. And Cameron hits a high fly ball to left center field. 2 outs. That'll bring up Darnell McDonald again. 0 for 1 and a walk for McDonald.
Everybody's just about filled up the bullpens and the benches. The Red Sox have Hall left on the bench. The Rockies, Street, the Lyles are only 2. Probably more likely just Street. Then you have Iannetta that could pinch hit if you have to do it. Papelbon and Richardson.
Well, in the bottom of the 9th, the Rockies will have the top of their order. That's Johnny Herrera, Todd Helton, and Carlos Gonzalez.
The Rockies tonight have left 12 men on base before they hit here in the 9th. The Red Sox just 6.
1 ball and 1 strike. Two and 1. Randy Flores has retired Veritek and Cameron. Trying to get Darnell McDonald. Ripped to third. And the catch made by Stewart. So we'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning. What's in store tonight? 11-9 Boston. Arrived at the bottom of the 9th inning. That went splendidly for the Rockies last night against Jonathan Papelbon. Todd Helton peers over at Papelbon, who last night gave up a couple home runs in one inning for just the second time in his career. Johnny Herrera, Todd Helton, and Carlos Gonzalez.
30th game for him to appear in. He's been roughed up one other time in the 9th inning where he gave up a couple of home runs. That was against New York on May 17th. 6 home runs he's given up on the season in just 29 and 2/3 innings.
Yeah, here's something very interesting defensively for Boston. Mike Cameron's long been one of the best center fielders in the game, but they have moved Darnell McDonald to center. Cameron's come out and Billy Hall's in right field. Billy Hall was more of an infielder when he was with the Milwaukee Brewers, but he's a good athlete. He can play a lot of places. They're saying Cameron, ever since that collision, George, in the outfield, his focus when he's running, his eyes not able to focus as well, and it's affected his routes.
That may have explained some of his frozen stances in center field on line drives.
Here we go. Johnny Herrera, 3 hits and a walk tonight. He takes strike 1. Rockies trailing by 2 runs. They scored 3 to beat Papelbon and the Red Sox 24 hours ago. And Johnny bounces one foul.
97 miles an hour with that fastball. A little harder than what Papelbon had shown last night. He was 93-94 for most of the ball game against the Rockies last night.
Seventh pitcher used tonight for Terry Francona. Runs, 28 combined hits. And Johnny Herrera right on that 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Let's see if Papelbon keeps challenging him with that fastball or has any confidence back into that split. See the signs of Veritek flashes.
He wanted the changeup. I guess Papelbon's going to go to it and have to keep it down in the dirt. Wants it away from him. Got it.
You might want to check that. I think it hit the dirt.
Well, Jim Tracy coming out.
Just ask him, why don't you please check?
He can't see from that angle behind him whether the ball hit the dirt or not. Just ask for some help.
Well, Lance Barksdale's going to put the mask back on. It's a strikeout of Herrera.
I'll be able to see it on the Hyundai cam. Obviously, with this slow motion look, turn the glove over here. Does it ever hit the dirt, or does he trap it? It's in the webbing of the glove. It was just so nasty and hard, it almost came off of the hand of Veritek.
Helton with one out. Papelbon's blown save last night. Just his second all year. Lefties have hit .288 against him. Gonzalez on deck. Todd tonight. He's been on 3 times. 2-run single in the 6th. He's walked twice. Papelbon's allowed a career-high 6 home runs already this year. We're not into July.
Well, more importantly, it's the inning ratio. He's 29, make that 30 innings. He was 29 and 2/3 back there, giving up those 6 home runs. So now 30 innings. It's a bunch, one every fifth inning. So it's telling you about once every fifth time he walks out there, he's giving up the long ball. Those aren't good numbers for a closer.
Tell you where this may work out. You know, earlier in the ball game, fellas, we were talking about the fact that Jim Tracy stacked all the lefties and didn't break them up because he felt like they could handle Okajima, who they'd see late in the game. Well, now Papelbon will face, if the Rockies can get some hits, a string of lefties.
And all of them with power, too.
All of them with pop. And lefties, again, have hit much better against Papelbon this year than righties. And that's not a surprise as hard as Papelbon throws. 2-1.
Tough pitch. Split-fingered, 91 miles an hour.
That was a pitch that kind of hung up for Giambi last night.
There's that split again, and trying to get that downward spin and rotation on the baseball. Todd out front, got it off the end of the bat.
Two and two on help. Rockies needed that pitch from Bard last inning. Stewart at third and Cook at second. 150,000 people have seen this series, and they'll be talking about it for a while. Here's the 3-2. Todd drives it to deep right center field, and it is off the wall, bobbled by Billy Hall, but he still got it in fast enough that Helton will stay at first base.
Tell you what, that ball was scorched by Todd Helton in right center. Second time in this series, he's gotten a lot of topspin on a baseball. First one hit off the auxiliary scoreboard. This hits at 375. Let's take a look at that pitch. Fastball again, miss. You can see Varitek reach back to the middle. Helton waiting on him, just exploded. Tell you what, a late kick not quite as high, Jeff, as it was a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. He's really calmed that down, and his shoulder's very level. You can see very close on the Hyundai cam how close this was. To the top of that first set of padding.
Gonzalez representing the tying run. 1 for 4 and a walk tonight for Cargo. And he gets a base hit to right. Helton's going to go first to third. No throw. And now Brad Hopp represents the winning run. And here comes John Farrell again.
Yeah, anytime you see your closer look defeated in the face, it's one of those situations where the tough guy attitude gets away from you a little bit. That's where John Farrell's going out to talk to him and say, let's not forget the split finger. You know, you're going on fastballs, you're getting beat with it, and then all of a sudden you throw the one split to him first pitch, but you're trying to throw it like a fastball. Too much velocity, and Gonzalez smoked it. And one out with Hop up at the plate.
And hitters, George, you just feed off that. You know when a guy's out there on the mound and just doesn't have quite the confidence that he normally does. And Carlos at first now, he's got to be aware of that split finger down into the dirt.
Take away the double play ball. Yeah. But, dude, I tell you something else. I know Varitek's throwing out a couple of guys tonight. But as a closer, his focus right now is Brad Hopp. I don't think he's really paying a lot of attention to first base. You might be able to take advantage of that.
Here we go. Outside, ball one. Seth Smith is on deck. You have two guys with tremendous power. And Brad Hopp and that man, Seth Smith.
And a guy at first base that has great speed, so it doesn't have to be a home run. It could be a ball in the gap to tie this game up.
And their outfield's deep against the wall. Obviously, they don't want anything over their head.
There goes Gonzalez, no throw. So now a single ties up the ball game.
9th stolen base for Cargo. He's been caught 4 times.
How about this ball game?
It wouldn't surprise me now, and I know Bard, that the Papelbon go to that split finger pretty heavy.
One and one on Hop. And because the outfield, as George described, is backed up, there's a whole lot of room in front of those guys. Gonzalez can fly at second. He represents the tying run. 1 out. 2 and 1. Tempo's different, isn't it, Frazier?
Sure is. His tempo backed off. You know, he always has that stern look on his eyes, staring into the plate, and a steely look, and are all fired up to get this thing done. Jim Tracy, he's just thinking, give me a base hit right now, and let's tie this thing up. Both managers have emptied their bullpens and their benches trying to win this game.
Brad Hop dumps one in left field. Let's go far. We're all even at 11. Brad Hop coming through. Oh, you gotta love it. It's just what we were talking about, a ton of room in front of a deep outfield.
Well, and that's the thing. Brad took those hands in. The ball was up and pulled those hands in just to try to get that barrel of the bat to the ball, and that's what he did. Didn't hit it all that hard, but with the outfield playing so deep and kind of bunched into the gaps, there's a lot of room out there, and scores easily 2 guys.
Seth Smith with 1 out. Hop at first base, the winning run. That's in there for a strike on Smith. Here's the dugout reaction.
And it's taken everybody on that dugout to get this game to where it is, 11-11.
The crowd's chanting again, back on their feet. It's a lot like last night.
Great fastball hitter in Smith, the 0-1. Tell you what, Lance Barksdale did everything but pump the right arm there. 1 and 1.
He flinched a little bit, Drew.
Yeah, he about made it 0-2.
That is a ball. It's just off of the plate, but it's a pitcher's pitch.
Yeah, you're right. You're going to get a lot of splinters if you try to hack at that. To the center field and deep. Did he get it? Oh, the catch is made at the top of the wall by Darnell McDonald. He hit it 420 feet. That's what it is out in that corner there. It's even a little deeper than the 415.
And I know Smitty thought he was going to be the guy in the mosh pit at home plate when he swung that bat. Man, oh man, oh man. I thought this ball was out of here when it left the bat. McDonald gave a great chase to dead center field and right against the wall. He's able to catch it. Trace thinking, oh, come on. Yep. Missed by feet. This happened to be a long ways from the plate.
Now Miguel Olivo. 1 for 5 tonight. How do you like this game? How do you like this series?
All you could ask for.
No, you can't ask for this much.
That's true.
A lot of cardiologists right now making some money in this town, the way these things have gone.
Yeah, they're on speed
Holy
dial.
cow, yeah.
I know Jim Tracy's got his on speed dial. 11-11. And Smith came, what, a foot from ending it?
Yep.
Wow. Maybe less. 0-2 on Oliva.
I'm going to say this, Papelbon won't be doing any river dancing in Coors Field.
And last night, he sat in front of his locker for 20 minutes before beginning to undress. So distraught at what the Rockies did to him in the ninth last night. He's not going to feel much better tonight.
Hardest thing to do when you blow a ball game as a closer, eighth inning man, is face those teammates.
And Oliva keeps the at-bat alive. 4 RBIs for the man at first tonight, Brad Hopp.
Brad keeps inching out there a little bit further.
Well, he started to go 2 pitches ago, and that's why Papelbon pitched out. High fly ball. This is playable. Nava makes the catch. Will go extra innings. How about the Rockies? Down 11-9. No problem. Jacqueline's beef jerky, feed your wild side. 11-11, top of the 10th. How about this stat? The Rockies are 4-4 in extra inning affairs this year. Boston 1-7, despite being 13 games above 500. So extra frames have not treated the Sox well. Houston Street. 1 appearance, and then it's back into a critical role, huh?
Absolutely it is. Here you are. It's top of the 10th inning. Tie ball game, and why not? An inning in the third last night. A hit and punch out. Pitched pretty good last night for Houston Street. Right back on the mound. Pounded the strike zone. Had a pretty good sinker last night. Allowed him to get a double play ball. Turn some things around in the way you wanted from the Rockies.
So Billy Hall will get his first plate appearance. Came in a double switch last inning. Dangerous guy. He's got pop. And Street misses up high, ball 1. It'll be Billy Hall, then Marco Scudero, and Daniel Nava. 9-1-2 right now in the Boston lineup. Popped up. Helton will give it a look. We'll need to jump a few seats to catch it, though. The only pitcher left for the Red Sox in their pen is Dustin Richardson, who has faced 7 hitters this year.
The Rockies, all they have was Matt Belisle.
He doesn't really want to have to use tonight, but more likely will have to because with streak going an inning in the third. He's about 1 inning, and that's it.
The Rockies in the bottom of the 10th will have Stewart. And then we'll see. There is Richardson. 1-2 on Hall. 2-2. George, it was so long ago, it was like 3 days ago, but in the first inning, was it Richardson, Huey? Do you remember, was it Richardson who had to get up?
Yes, it was.
In trouble?
Yes,
it was.
Right about the 32 pitch mark.
Yeah, well, 4 hours later, he's up again.
Yeah. You have to ice in between those? Probably.
Here's the 2-2 on Hall. And this is popped up. Melvin Mora and Melvin will handle it.
Guys, you start to have to look at it. You got to figure out some things here. Belisle's not going to be able to get extended. Richardson's a long guy out of their bullpen, so you hope you win it in this next inning. Because nobody has. Boston has 0 amount of people on the bench. The problem with looking at starters in the Anaheim series is this: they threw in the bullpens. So you're not going to run a risk if Shashin threw a bullpen today. You're not going to run him back down there and heat him up again. Nor are you going to do it with Aaron Cook.
Well, he's out of the game.
Right, or with Jeff Francis, who's to start tomorrow night's ball game. Even with the off day and you got extra days rest, it's difficult to do that to one of those starters. You're not going to run a risk. You're not going to run the risk after Shashin threw a 45-50 pitch bullpen today to turn around and run him back out there in a game like this. Well, I wouldn't think you would.
But that's where you have to maybe look ahead to tomorrow's game and might have to go down to AAA and pull up somebody, just a fresh arm, just in case for tomorrow's start.
The interesting thing is, you know, if this thing does get real crazy, Colorado Springs is playing in Reno. I know Taylor Buckhold's scheduled to work tonight. Reno not, you know, you're heading in that direction.
Oh, I thought you were like thinking about trying to flip somebody in here tonight when you start bringing.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying to get from Reno to Anaheim's, you know, easy.
But maybe somebody that's been stretched out that could give you 3 or 4 innings if they had to.
1-1, and this is in the air to right field, and it's flirting with the stands. And Brad Hopp will not have a play. 1-2. Tell you what, it is, I think, for Jim Tracy, for Houston Street, for everybody's pulse at home, you want a 1-2-3 inning because you don't want to see Dustin Pedroia.
No. It's the last guy you want to see coming to the plate tonight.
Scudero's 1 for 5. The guy on deck, Nava, is 1 for 5. Pedroia is 4 for 4 and a walk, including 2 home runs. Dustin's got the helmet already crammed on the head. He's ready to go. 11 in the 10th.
11-11. That's also the time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 11s everywhere. On the ground to third, knocked down. It'll be an infield hit. Really wasn't a great description. That wasn't on the ground. It was on the ground briefly. That's a hard one-hopper, low line drive. So Scudero reaches. By the way, I guess they have rain in Orange County right now because they're in a delay in the 7th inning in Anaheim. That's unusual.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah, really. So Scudero with 1 out. Daniel Nava at the plate. This guy swung the bat well in this series. And it has nothing to do with rain, we just learned. There was a power outage in downtown Anaheim, and that's why that ball game is being delayed.
That'd be kind of fun to run around that yard in the dark, huh? Or any ballpark.
Be two teams that need going to play on short rest tomorrow. That misses 2-0. 2-1.
Home run swing, didn't catch up to it. Good location, 89 miles an hour. Just got back leg, just put some juice to the swing, just didn't have any luck successful trying to get some.
But that's the one area that I've noticed that he has a hole. Nava does. Oh, a little bit of hole in his swing. Don't come inside because he's pretty good in there. But you can go away from him and elevate it a little bit.
Well, they set up away, and that's exactly the pitch they got, Jeff.
And even though he looks back there and asks Barkdale, was it a strike? You see from the Hyundai cam, a little tail on that ball at the end, but swinging underneath it. Just his swing just won't allow him to catch up to that. But right back out there again. Don't mess around with anything else. The other thing, if he's going to beat you, he's going to have to beat you hitting to the opposite field.
Two runner going, fouled off. Scudero took off.
Got one stolen base and he's been thrown out twice.
They were just taking a guess there. Was Terry Francona. So you know what? I don't think he's going to throw over. Hasn't thrown over yet. Take a shot. I'd be surprised now if they do it again, only because you got Dustin Pedroia on deck.
That's what I'm saying. You don't want to strike him out, throw him out, and leave Pedroia in the on-deck circle. It's been a long 5 months for Houston Street, but here he is on the 24th of June, right in the thick of it. And just his second appearance of the season. Two to Nava. Wow. Just missed 3-2.
It was just off the plate. This will be the 415th pitch in this ball game coming up.
And about 386 of them have been high drama pitches.
It's been one of those ball games that every pitch had a meaning behind it. Typically does, but just not with the ramifications that have happened in this game.
He's going to go.
Yeah, he looks like it. He takes off, and it's fouled off.
He was just really digging his left foot into the dirt to try to get a nice toe hold before that last pitch.
Scudero off again, and once again, Nava fouls it off. This kid's been really impressive.
Has been. Very impressive.
He is making the most of his first shot in the big leagues. 11 ball games played. He's reached in all 11.
See if Dustin digs that foot in again, his left foot. Yep, he's going.
Street last night again went an inning and a third. He's thrown 18 pitches here in the 10th inning. 1 out. Scuro just reached on an infield hit. Runner going, and it's a fly ball to center field. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Pedroia. Pedroia, in his career against Street, is 0 for 3. Tonight, he's been a monster. Second time in his career with a pair of home runs in a ball game. 4 for 4 and a walk. Strike 1. Dustin Richardson kind of standing out there in the bullpen. He's long finished getting ready. Here's the 1-strike pitch. And Pedroia hits a high fly ball to deep left field. He has done it again.
Are you kidding me?
The littlest man in uniform tonight has 3 bombs. And the Red Sox lead at 13-11.
6 RBIs to go with the 3 bombs. Excuse me, 5 RBIs to go with those. Well, when they've come in bunches, they've come with multiple home runs. There haven't been a lot of solo shots in this game. Good Lord. And this ball here, high, long drive, just carried and carried. Smith made the leap.
But it's at least, George, on that slider, at least a 14-inch, 12, 14-inch miss. Trying to get the slider away.
Helton's reaction, he had his glove in his hands on his head.
Euclid with a 2-strike count. Well, you want to be an optimist. The guy that's coming into the ball game, unless they run Papelbon back out there, I'd be surprised. But if Richardson comes in, he has very little big league experience. He's faced 7 hitters this year, and they're 4 for 7 with a home run against him. Euclid hits a little pop-up. Mora is going to get there. Well, here we go again. 13-11 Boston as we go to the bottom of the 10th. What a night for Pedroia. innings. He's 5 for 5 with 3 home runs. Houston Street hung a slider. It's 13-11 Boston in the 10th. Papelbon is back out there. The Rockies in this series against Jonathan Papelbon, he's gotten 4 outs. The Rockies have gotten 5 runs. Stewart hit a bomb off him last night. He threw 23 pitches in the 9th inning, Jeff.
Yep.
And last night, it wasn't so much the pitches, but the results, because it was pretty quick.
Yeah, but think back to last inning, 23 pitches, a lot of laboring in that inning, too.
And he's not close there. It's 2-0.
Well, what you hate, too, is if you may walks a guy, gives up a base hit. Here you go, buddy. Go get him. You know,
talking about Richardson?
Yeah.
It's it's
let him create his own mess, man.
Yeah. 2-0 right now. You got to take a strike. And that's there at 97 miles an hour. Stewart with Iannetta, the last position player available in the on-deck circle. The pitcher spot is the 8-hole. Mora is in the 9-hole. And it's ripped to
That ball was scalded.
How'd he catch it? That's what I want to know.
Self-defense. That's the only thing he could do, because if he doesn't catch it, it's going to take his head off. He didn't even know if he quite had it there for a second.
Chris Iannetta will try to reach. Pinch hitting for Houston Street. Is that Matt Belisle down there? I'm trying to see who's just got up.
Yeah.
This is a bouncer to third. Beltray throws out Iannetta. And Mora with 2 outs and nobody on. They'll try to keep it alive. Matt Belisle. I haven't seen him throw yet. This is just in case.
He's being smart about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely right, he is.
Guerrero's on deck. And then Helton in the hole. He said it last inning. You wanted to try to have a 1-2-3 inning. Not that he thought Dustin Pedroia was going to turn into Mark McGwire, but as well as he's seeing the ball tonight, he didn't want to deal with him. That hit. That hit him.
Boy, it sure
but
did.
It hit the bat, so it's a foul ball.
I wouldn't think so much about that. I was thinking about broken finger. You see on the Hyundai cam, this thing's going to run right in on his. It appeared to be.
Ouch. Every time you get those little stingers, but then you got to be afraid of small fractures in there.
And he's giving the self-examination now. Keith Duggar, he was eyeballing him from the top step of the dugout. Is going to come out.
The way that thumb is kind of wrapped around the barrel when that ball hits it, there's no place for that thumb to go. He can just push right against the wood of the bat. A good look from the Hyundai cam. That ball just going right into him.
Yeah, it hit him in the shoulder, too. He is lucky that ball didn't come back up into his facial area.
Yeah.
Because I've seen a lot of players have that happen to them, too, and get a busted nose out of that. Well, must have cracked a nail or something, because they're putting a Band-Aid on there to try to take some pressure away from it. Keith Duggar is. They'll try to put this thing on and get him going and get him back up to the plate.
And also buying a little time to get some feeling back into that thumb.
Two outs, an 0-2 count on Melvin Mora. 13-11 Red Sox in the 10th inning. One and two. Boston outlasts the Red Sox, and Dustin Pedroia, who's already had a marvelous career in the early stages, I might add, has a night for the ages. I don't know if he'll ever have a better night whenever he hangs up the spikes.
Third time he's had 5 RBIs in a ball game.
He's never had 3 bombs. Yep.
Wow.
13-11's the final. The Red Sox salvage 1 of 3 at Coors Field. Jimmy John's delivery of the game brought to you by Jimmy John's. It's the 3rd home run of the night for Dustin Pedroia, despite the efforts of Seth Smith. Game-winning, as it turned out, 2-run home run for Pedroia. Papelbon blows the save again. He ends up with the win. Street takes the loss. Game took 4 hours and 48 minutes, the 8th longest game in Rockies history. Stick around. The postgame report is next.